Everything is just going my way today, but isn't it always, folks? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. My desk is a mess. I am running late and I haven't eaten. So if it doesn't offend anyone too much, as we sit here for a few minutes before I get started painting, as we are wont to do here on this stream, I'm gonna eat a little chicken. I'm gonna eat a little chicken. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna sit here. We're gonna talk about what we've been doing this week, and I'm gonna eat some chicken. I'm gonna fix my face cam too. I'm gonna do that, and then we're gonna paint. Then we're gonna get some painting done, folks. That's the plan. Where's my camera configuration? There it is. I don't know why my exposure is as high as it is. Oh, that's why. Whoa! Look at the lights behind me flicker. Okay, let's pull our exposure back up. Never mind. I take it back. This is fine. I wonder why that is. It shouldn't be picking up flickering from those lights. That's odd. Hang on. All right. We're gonna do this. Let's just turn the brightness down. Oh, that's much more. That's better. That's better. I don't look quite so ghostly now. Just ignore that. Just ignore the flicker. It's supposed to be there. They're flickering lights. Technically true, but they're flickering at a frequency you shouldn't be able to perceive. Colonel Matthew Steiner, good to see you. David Rogers Games, welcome in. Data Nerd, Roland, Autofire. Holy moly, there's Riot Sister. The boldest of ones, and Kursala. Yeah, we're off to a great start tonight. Let me tell you a little story about modern cars and how they fucking suck and I hate them and I want to break them all with hammers. It's not really that interesting of a story, but it's what's been occupying me for the last little while and the reason that I'm late. I have been trying to... Oh my god. So, a member of my family has a... Oh, David Rogers Games. That is... Venger, featuring Greta Link by... Perturbator? No, that's not Perturbator. That's, crap. Hang on. Roland, remind me. I'm thinking about a million other things right now. Who does that song? The name of the song is Venger featuring Greta Link. I mean, the name of the song is Venger, and it is featuring Greta Link. There are two versions of it, with and without the vocals. Is it by Perturbator? That's the first band that came to mind, but I always confuse Perturbator and, Okay, yeah, no, it is. Alright. I feel like I confuse Perturbator and Dance with the Dead. Like, constantly, and I had this moment of doubt where I'm like, was that Dance with the Dead? No, it's Perturbator. It's a great song. I'm glad you like it, David Rogers. So, a member of my family, a couple years ago now, purchased a brand new Lincoln Navigator. It's, I guess it would be a 2018... No, not a 2018 model. It's probably a 2019 model. I have, Roland. It's delightful. But this is one of these fancy new modern cars where everything is electronic. It's so fancy. It's so fancy that as far as I can tell... Actually, just a minute ago I realized it might have a turnkey ignition somewhere in it, but I don't know where it is. It has a push-button ignition. And I started it up this morning, and I pulled it out onto a concrete slab so it could be cleaned. And it was cleaned, and I took some pictures of it because they're selling it, which is the one thing here that I'm really, really grateful for. And then when I went to start it again, it just doesn't start. I'm like, super. Admittedly, I left it sitting over the cold months of the winter. I probably should have driven it around some, I guess. I did that with all the other cars, but the thing is, I hate this thing. Like, I hate driving it. Everything is automated in it. Everything is a push button. Like, literally everything. Shifting is this series of buttons that you push. It has all these quality of life features that just make me really, really uncomfortable. Like, I'm not at all okay with the level of automation that this vehicle has. I realize it makes me anxious to drive it. I don't feel like I'm really in control of it. So I don't like driving it, so I didn't. As a result, the battery seems to be dead. Now, this is a simple fix, you would think. I put a battery charger on it, let it sit for 4 or 5 hours, go back out, take the battery charger off of it, push ignite, Nothing happens. I'm like, okay, maybe that wasn't long enough. Maybe the battery charge. Usually let those run overnight. Fair enough. I just wanted enough so that we could ignite, so I could take it out and let the alternator do its thing. So I think, fuck it, we'll go right to the source. We'll jumpstart this thing. And I pull out another vehicle, pop the hood, connect all the jumper cables, get everything ready to go, and push ignite. Nothing happens. It's nothing. What problem is it? What problem is it that engineers are solving by removing a simple turn switch ignition from a vehicle? Oh no, I had it with me, Roland. Believe me, I've made that mistake before. That was the first thing that pissed me off about that car, was because it's like you don't put a key in, you just have the fob with you and you push the button and it's like, oh, you're the right person. That's in fact, that's how it opens. That's how it unlocks itself, is you have the fob with you. No, I'm not making that mistake. The fob has always been with me. It just does nothing. And I'm like, wouldn't it be nice if I had a mechanical ignition switch that I could turn so I actually knew that it was even trying to start, but I don't. Now, moments before I came in here to sit down, I was fooling with the key fob, and there's a little button on it, and I pushed the button, and I pulled, and it's like there's a key inside the key fob? Like, hidden inside of it? So I have a key, and apparently there's an ignition somewhere in the car. I don't know where. I have no idea where in the vehicle this turn ignition could possibly be. This is the dumbest series of problems I have had in some time. And folks, if you've been here for a while, you know I have some pretty stupid problems. Alright, I'm gonna eat my rice and chicken. I apologize. This is not an eating stream. I swear, this is an art stream. But as I was dealing with that, my wife was kind enough to get me some chicken, and everything just sort of timing-wise came together and resulted in me eating chicken on stream. So welcome to Thunderhead Studio. How's everybody's Sunday going? I hope you guys are having a better one than I am. This whole week has been nuts. I'm gonna chow through some chicken, drink my water. We're gonna do some oil painting. That's great information. That's great information to Square. I wish that had been communicated to me at any point over the entire course of this day. I hate that fucking thing. Why? 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 Why is the turnkey ignition hidden beneath a panel in favor of a button? Who wants to push a button instead of turning a key? Is it saving you that much energy or effort to not have to turn a key? I don't... I don't like this car. I do not like it. Oh, nice. Had some chicken and rice, too. I got chicken. I got some rice. I have, what is this? I literally don't know what I have here. It's like this funny little box of food. And there's some macaroni salad over here, and there's some slices of pickles. There's a sauce here. I don't know what the sauce is. I'm gonna find out what the sauce is. It looks like something that would be sweet. It looks like blueberry yogurt, but that can't be right. It's not sweet. What is it? Do I put it on what appears to be shredded cabbage? I assume I do. Is that what I'm eating, Roland? Because I don't know. It was handed to me, and I was like, that's great. And then I came in here and I sat down and I started eating it with no knowledge of what it could possibly be. I'm gonna dump this on the shredded cabbage here. I assume that's where it goes. It tastes like a dressing. The chicken is kind of like, it's fried and then it's in these strips, and there's like this little thing, I guess maybe Hawaiian. It's in this sort of semi-translucent red sauce that I'm dipping it in. It's pretty good. Yep, that's exactly what I have here, Roland. And there's some kind of soup. It's just like a clear broth. It smells good, though. Again, I do apologize. This is not normally an eating stream, but thank you guys for joining me anyway. As I mange a little bit of what we have discovered through my external brain in Roland is some form of Hawaiian lunch platter. And I vent my frustration at a vehicle. And then we're gonna paint a mini. We're gonna do it, I swear. Because we generally do around here. That's kind of what we're known for the most part. That, and hating all the things we profess to love. David Rogers, he's suggesting that instead of shouting Leroy Jenkins, we should change that to Lincoln Navigator. I don't hate this. New Star Trek this week. Oh, is Discovery coming back? I guess this is a miso, yeah. It's delicious. God, I love miso. I really do. It's fantastic, isn't it? This cabbage salad is interesting. I don't understand what this dressing is. I'm gonna eat it, though. It tasted good. Oh, it is good. Hey, what's up, Voxel Forge? Welcome to Eating with Thunderhead. Hungry Man Eats. It's a totally original bit that we're doing from now on. This is an eating stream now. What do they call those? There's a name for those streams where people just do nothing but eat. That's what we're doing from now on. We're gonna mukbang the shit out of this Hawaiian chicken, yo. This white rice isn't bad either. Yeah, he does. But Matt streams for like 7 hours and eats in the middle of it, and it's always like a block of raw tofu with a slimy sauce on top of it. And every single time I see it, I'm like, that would be so good. If you took 5 minutes and just fried that tofu in a pan, what are you doing? Why are you choosing to eat a brick of raw tofu when you could fry it just a little bit and improve the mouthfeel so much? Lobbying to get a Raising Cane's up here in Maine. So you see, you're disappointed in Chick-fil-A. I'm disappointed in Chick-fil-A too, probably for different reasons, because I haven't eaten at a Chick-fil-A in years. I remember them always being good, though. Raising Cane's is amazing. There's a Raising Cane's right by where Sumitha lives that I go to pretty often. Famous mukbang kid gained like 150 pounds. I mean, is it like, okay, so what is the premise of the mukbang stream? Like, do you eat specifically fattening foods? Do you eat some insane quantity of foods? Or is it just streaming yourself eating? Like, I honestly don't understand. Like, I am aware that they exist in a tertiary sense. But you say a guy gained 150 pounds doing it, I'm like, that would imply that he's eating way more than he needs to over the course of a day. So it can't just be like streaming yourself eating meals. It has to be streaming yourself like binge eating. Or he was just eating incredibly unhealthy food, which, I mean, that's also possible. Oh, that's ironic, Roland. I just saw a meat canyon, and the artist explained why he made this bizarre cartoon. That's an interesting sentence, Voxel Forge. Taken out of context. Hell, even in context. I love Raising Cane's chicken. It's dangerous for me to go there, because I'm like, do I get the meal designed for one person where they give me 4 chicken strips and like a little bit of bread and some lemonade? Or do I just order 20 chicken fingers and eat them by myself? It's tough. That's a tough pick for me. Let's have some more of this Hawaiian chicken. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Riot Sister. Mukbang. I'll correct myself. Yeah, I was just thinking that same thing. Like, the pronunciation somehow makes it worse. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's a foreign word. I don't know what I was thinking with mukbang. Korean, okay. That makes sense with the bong in there. I mean, watching people eat? Well, in my defense, I'm not trying to make you watch me eat. This is just a very poor confluence of timings and the fact that I hadn't eaten. I still wanted to go on, and food, like, I had started the timer, and then food just arrived in front of me. So we're making the best of the situation right now. Just saying the concept is counterproductive. I mean, to be fair, the concept of a lot of things is counterproductive, WJ. The local mukbang is when your plumbing has a catastrophic failure. Yeah, oh no. Plumbing's backed up again. We got ourselves a bit of a mukbang. Howdy, neighbor. Shitter's full. We're almost done. We're almost there. Is it? Where is it from? I don't want to, like, start a conversation about Kiev right now, given everything that's going on. I'm sure everyone is aware. I'm sure that, like me, many of you have also been just kind of glued to live feeds for the last few days. But if Chicken Kiev is not from Kiev, I do wonder where it's from. Yeah, Anthony Bourdain. I was gonna say, Patrick Bourdain. Who? It's from New York. Is it like, sort of like General Tso's chicken, which has nothing to do with anyone named General Tso? Nor is it a Chinese dish, it's purely American? Oh no, it isn't Automat. It's a fucking mess is what it is. But I have been sort of helplessly consuming what little nuggets of video evidence there is of things just out of a sort of helpless fascination. And no one's really gonna know what the hell is going on until the dust has had a chance to settle, and it's not even being given a chance right now, so, you know, it is what it is. Doom scrolling. Yeah. Now, in my defense, I doom scrolled long before this happened. Just over more broad existential threats. Less immediate ones. Like the Russian mule, yeah. Just kind of named after a place, but not really from that place. Need to get more paint on your salamanders. Bahamut, those ones you were starting looked pretty damn great, man. But that's always the trick. Like, it's easy, I don't want to say it's easy, it's simple. It is simple to do one good model of an army, and then you're like, and now I have to paint the rest of the fucking army. And I'm sure you know this, but I'll just reiterate it. Save the really nice paint jobs for your characters and for your commanders, and go ahead and drop the overall standards for the rest of your troops so you can get them done quicker. Oh, Mr. Squarepeg, that's what we're doing right now, man. Welcome to our distraction session. That distraction tastes so good. I apologize again for the impromptu mukbang. It was not my intention, but I had to eat something. and the timing was just poor. I'll be done in a moment. It's so attractive. Me talking with my mouth full. How are you people not subscribing just in droves? Yeah, you know, Roland, what you're describing is a big part of the reason that I don't do historicals anymore at all, really. I just, at a certain point, I became very uncomfortable with putting too much imagination or creativity into representations of real things. I was not a fan. Rockin', Robin, my man, how you been, dude? It's good to see you. We're eating chicken. You want to eat some chicken? I'll send you some. Send an email to thunderheadstudioofficial@gmail.com, and I'll mail you some pieces of this Hawaiian chicken. It is delicious. Hey, how you doing, Negative Charisma? Auto Fire, don't tease me. Don't tease me, Auto Fire. Oh my god. And then Romeo Void resubscribes right in the middle of this absolute mess. Romeo Void, good evening to you, and thank you so much for the support, man. It's good chicken. This is actually really nice. The breading on it is really, really light and crispy. It's not particularly heavy. I like it. Autofire, thank you also for the subscription. Your support, Chad. Each one of your subscriptions will put one more piece of delicious Hawaiian chicken on my fork. Not this chicken. I already have this chicken, but more chicken. Other chicken. You know, that's necessary, Robin, from time to time. Were you just busy, or did you get, like, some burnout? I think my World War II stuff is far enough removed, but I think I'll play Finns and work on building Brits for a while. That seems safe. That seems safe. You gotta go pretty far. Well, no, I guess not. That's not necessarily... Well, okay. You gotta go pretty far back into history to find a time when it's like, I'm playing the British, those monsters. Before the modern era, for the most part. You're not wrong, Grim Nation. You're not wrong. It's because I'm always eating on stream. Zeo Rhymer. Well, you know, maybe this is the one. Maybe this is the one. Can you afford to pass on the opportunity? How you doing, Datron Voltari? Welcome in. Bit of both, but mostly burnout. It's good to take a break, then. It's good to take a break. I'm glad to hear that you did. And I'm glad to hear that you're back to it. Are you back to it? Because, dude, I love your paint jobs. And, you know, it's much better to just step the hell away and let the passion come back to you than to try to force it. Oh my god, excuse me. Ooh, awesome Grim Nation hobbies. I'm glad to hear that, dude. Yeah, a little extra experience behind you won't hurt, I'm certain. Crossbow roof around here, there ain't no such thing as surplus chicken. You know what I mean? Oh, so he really knows his shit, Grim Nation. Because, yeah, you're not going to let anybody who isn't very much on top of their game anywhere near something that needs restoration. That's pretty great. A lot of the knowledge may be fairly esoteric for our purposes, but the most of it should be pretty damned applicable. I'm very, very much looking forward to hearing the results of that. That's what we are now, Time Stop. This is, as I have learned, it's pronounced mukbang. Muk. It's not mukbang. It's spelled mukbang. But apparently this is a Korean word. This is what we're doing now. Welcome. Started off doing a Slaanesh model for one of the guys down here, but I'm about to paint up a crap ton of Marvel Crisis Protocol for a guy who dove all his stuff into the game. And some Nurgle stuff. Ooh, that's exciting. Nurgle's fun to paint. And the Marvel Crisis Protocol figures are a lot of fun too. I'm not super into playing MCP. Like, it's a good game. I kind of got out of playing it though. But the models are really nice, and they're fun to build and paint. Particularly, I think, Robin, you coming from having painted so many of the metal DC figures, you do a great job on metal figures from Knight Model, which Knight's Models makes good metal figures. As good as metal figures can be. But they're still metal. They're still metal, and I still... So enjoy. Enjoy the magic of styrene, my friend. I'm on the last of my macaroni. Okay. Alright, I'm done. This was delicious. Since this is a thing now, I give this 2 thunder thumbs up. Hooray, Hawaiian chicken. I can't, damn it. I can't play Ass Crackle and Thunder Spunk on this overlay. Alright. Oh. That was colder than I thought. Oh, no. Oh, and after that, and some cold water, on a nice sip on my coffee. I'm not even going to finish my coffee. I'm going to have a couple sips of this coffee, and then we're going to go ahead. I need a little something. I need a little pep, but this is a weird follow-up to what I just ate. Finally got the Battle Masters primed. Trying to have one ready for the report tonight. Fuck yeah, Desert Owl. Look forward to seeing it. I need to do a little bit of work. I'll see if I find some time for it tonight. At this rate, who knows if I'll do anything. I'll try to find some time to do a little bit of work on the cockpit on this Battle Master we were working on last time, because I got a couple of paints in. Specifically, I got my Gamblin' Radiance in. I've never used them. I don't quite know what to expect out of them. I did as part of the set. Look at this. Grim Nation, you'll like this. This whole tube. This is oil. This is just one giant tube. I didn't realize when I bought the set that it was 150 milliliters of their Radiant White. This is ridiculous. This is going to take me fucking forever to use. But I'm going to try fooling around a little bit with the difference between this Radiant White and a standard Titanium White, because I'm curious. Now, I know that this Radiant White is in a safflower oil medium instead of a linseed oil medium. I don't know what that means. I know what it means as far as physical reality goes. I don't know what that means as far as paint, like, consistency goes. I have no idea. I'm sure that means something to someone. Somewhere. Conceivably. Probably. I'd brush my teeth with that. Safflower and titanium. That's how you get them pearly whites. I did also, I ordered, because I'm curious about it, I ordered myself some of Gamblin's iridescent metallics. Not a whole set like I did, because I know I want to use the Radiance, but I ordered the iridescent silver and the iridescent gold just because I've never used metallic oils, and I'm just curious. It's my understanding that if you mix metallic oils with a particularly transparent pigment, you can get some really interesting metallic effects. You'll lose the metallic effect if you mix it with an opaque pigment, but there are a number of more transparents. Would it be a transparent pigment? I guess it would have to be, not just the transparent formulation. I'm learning. We're learning. We're figuring things out. They have alkyd and are known to explode out the nozzle. I'm really glad you told me that. I will open them the first time with caution, particularly since I'm high up. Thank you for that heads up, Grim Nation. I'm interested in my results too, Datron Voltari. We have that in common. Hey, Heretic Scott! How you doing, man? It's been a little while. How are your oh my god, I forgot the name of them. Your faceless, eyeless chaos dudes that are just so cool. Those, oh my god, the work you've done on that is so neat, man. Tried something similar and inks work well with metallics. I could see that. I could see that. Looks like it's still using titanium white, but with a clear medium rather than a yellowing one. Yeah, that's my understanding. It's still titanium white. It's not a different pigment, but I think it's more concentrated? I don't know. And then it's in safflower oil instead of linseed oil. Which, okay, safflower oil is more clear as opposed to linseed, which linseed definitely has a yellowish tone to it, but it's very mild. I wonder if I'll even see the difference on minis or not. I think I'll probably save the radiant white, because like I was talking about last few times I've been painting, I kind of save the titanium white for if I need to do a super high highlight, like never go all the way to it. Maybe radiant, not radiant, maybe yeah, radiant, it is radiant. Maybe the radiant white can replace that. With the radiant pixie dust. Oh, that's the difference. They processed it through Tinkerbell, and that's why it's so good. Particularly since I'm high. I don't get high before I stream. Not for any, like, moral or ethical reason, but because I can't fucking get... I've done it. There have been streams where I've been baked. They're awful. I'm not good at it. I cannot... I cannot paint and do chat and be stoned. It does not work. I have to pick two. Only two. Frankie Carbone! My man, how you doing tonight? Can we get a shout out pretty please? For we probably should have had a few. I haven't even been asking for them. I'm sorry. I was so focused on my Hawaiian chicken. Can we get a shout out first of all for Grim Nation Hobbies? This guy. This guy. And let's get one in there for Frankie Carbone. Frankie Carbone is genuinely one of my favorite variety streamers. I believe I discovered Frankie through the artist formerly known as MCB TV. And Frankie's a funny guy. He really is. They say brevity is the soul of wit, and he has it in spades, which I guess is an ironic choice of words. He's a good guy, though. You should go check out his stream. Go give him a follow. He's been playing... Well, the last time I was in your stream, you were playing that Jurassic World Evolution 2. And I might end up buying it. I might end up buying it just, like, as soon as it goes on sale, I'm going to pick it up, probably. How you doing, Frankie? I hope things are going well for you, my man. Got fed up with it? What do you want now? It's half off right now? Oh shit, okay, I'll buy it tonight then. I'll buy it tonight! Merlin, models welcome in. Alright, we're almost done. We're almost done. Almost done. Let me slug my coffee. I'll grab water in a minute. I'll do that in a second. We got lots of stuff to do. So why don't I just get to it, huh? How about we do some stuff, huh? Doing stuff on stream. What am I? All my cameras working? Oh my god, they're all working. That's fantastic. Unfortunately, I think I have to change the paper on my oil palette because I haven't done that yet, but that's okay. We can do that. I have some random things on my desk. I need to set them to the side, but I figured I would show you. Now, this is not glued together. This is not glued together. Dude just got scammed on Facebook for a mini purchase. Colonel Matthew Steiner, what? No! No! No, man! What happened? That's some bullshit. It's not glued together, so I'm being very, very gentle with it, because everything's just sort of... resting on top of one another. So I'm going to apply a little bit of pressure and hopefully not drop anything. Specifically, hopefully not drop red, because she's easily the most fragile piece here. Everything fits together. It's got some little plugs. But this is the ultimate finished statue that we're going to be working on here in a wee little bit. This is the reason I actually bought the Gambling Radiance. This was the statue that I had in mind when I bought the Gambling Radiance, because the transistor itself, I think, is going to look really, really cool with the Gambling Radiant turquoise and yellow. I think that it's really gonna come together. That and this model should have lots of really, really bright, vibrant colors. I think it'll work out nicely, particularly like the yellow triangle on the midriff of the dress and on the back of the jacket, and the feathers and her bright red hair. Like, I think that this is really, really going to go together well. You see the demo for Blood Shooters and Teeth? I can't say that I did. By the way, Jacoby666, the Jacoby of the Beast, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. But yeah, we got this printed. It came out nice. The transistor sticks down into the base, like so, which I think is pretty damn cool. It's got like some broken concrete there. It goes down, and this is really a very nice figure. I haven't decided quite when we're going to approach this yet, but it will be in the near future. Hey, 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 Siesta Nada Rio. Welcome in, Riot Sister, here you go, just for you.
Hello there.
Hang on, I gotta move a bunch of crap out of the way here. Why don't I have infinite space? Why don't I have a fucking bag of holding? It's not fair. I end up reorganizing my desk like twice a week. I guess that's not really that often. I guess that's just kind of what you have to do if you want an organized desk, isn't it? Oh, such confidence. Such confidence, Grim Nation. Thank you so much for that, man. I have something secret on my desk right now. It's not a very good print of it, but it's something that's coming. Something that's coming in the near future in 6mm scale. One tiny piece of something with many, many more pieces to it. I really like this piece. These ones are neat because I got like these little foot bridges to connect these things. And say you want one that's been destroyed and kind of blown out, so I got this one. It looks like it was maybe violently decompressed, right? And then we did another one where this one looks more like it was smashed. It's all collapsed inward, like it was hit with something, and then it's drooping under its own weight. These ones were fun to make. If you look deep down in there, there's actually a little door, a little pressure door at the back there too. You'll never get paint in there, but that doesn't really matter. Hey, hey, hey! What's up, Skella Egg? How you doing? Not really. I'm just kind of teasing. I'm just kind of teasing some stuff that I think is kind of cool. You got like a little sensor blister on here that magnetizes down to one of these ports. There's like a little air vent. So many options. So many options. Well, I'm excited, Kursala. And besides, in their many, many pieces, they don't really form a full picture. You know what it is, because you're special. And I'm really proud of this one. I think that this actually came out pretty well. It looks good. It looks like it was actually exploded. And thank you for getting that shout out done, by the way, folks. Go check out Skella B. She's a pretty cool chick. And she's been doing some pretty badass painting lately. Very fun stream. Lots of energy. Very friendly. Alright. Alright. Yes, I need to swap the paper on my oil palette, so let's do that. Thankfully, I already have one cut because I do these two at a time. Merlin. Skella Egg. Voxel Forge. I change my mind all the time. I reserve that right. Oh, I put my finger in the painty poo. Oh no. Good thing I have a napkin from my fucking Hawaiian chicken. I think she might have a point, guys. We're too kind. Let's be mean. We've been really, really nice. Let's balance it out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Skelebi. You have reached the end of the road for the niceness, and it's time for everyone to be mean to you now. It's the price that you pay, you know? You've extracted a certain amount of benefit, and now it's time to give back to the community. And we're just gonna roast the shit out of you. No! That's not right. That's not right. I mean, it would be fun, but it's not right. Rio, are you? Rio, are you always mean? Is this what you think mean is? I'll let you think that if that's what you want to think, buddy. Went to public school, I can take it. Fair dues. Alright, let me remind myself how this lines up with the camera. Oh, right about there. That's the spot. Okay. I got a little bottle of, and I mean, there's no way in hell I'm going to actually completely replace my use of white spirits with lavender spike oil. Because by volume, it is many, many more times more expensive. For purposes of, like, cleaning brushes and stuff like that. But I got myself a little 2-ounce bottle of the lavender spike oil, which can apparently be used as a solvent in place of white spirits. And I think I might try using just a little bit of it while I'm actually painting. Just for a combination of the pleasant aroma and the fact that it is, you know, not toxic. Which is nice. I'm just kind of trying everything. I see people doing stuff and having their preferences. I'm like, I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot and see what the difference is. So we're going to try a little bit of our lavender spike oil tonight. Alright, we are going to go ahead and get started on... Now, I haven't decided on a type of horse to paint this as in particular. I was going a little hog wild last time with doing the dappled gray. I think that I'm going to do just kind of a generic... dun, you know, just kind of like a brown, like nothing particularly exciting. I might go into, I guess I could do like a blue-black. Just a simple black horse with like some socks and maybe some kind of ivory-colored hooves. What about the mane? Huh. I think about that. We got time. We got time. Here is the Battle Master we were working on last time. I gave it a little bit of an extra blendy blend. I'm really pretty happy with how this came out. I was just kind of fooling around and seeing what I could do real quick, and this has a lot of potential as a painting method for me. I do feel like he came out a little greener than I anticipated, and this is, you know, you have to understand your color wheel when you're working with oil paints. Because the colors that I mixed wound up coming out a little green, and instead of being Grey Death Legion, I feel like he looks more like SLDF, doesn't he? Or more like Eridani Lighthorse. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting off this Battle Master right now. So maybe I always meant for him to be ELH. You can't prove otherwise. Except with the stream that I publicized. It's just a little greenish, isn't it? It looks greenish to me. Which is actually really cool because I can just use the exact same formula and wind up with this again. Alright. So yeah, we're gonna work on this, fellas. Let me go ahead and start. Oh, I need my gloves. Why do I do that? It's all gross inside now. Ugh. It's got like spit in it. Because it's easier to put on is why. I think I heard you like Mars Black for warmer blacks. Yeah, Mars Black is made with iron oxide. And so if you start to kind of dilute it, you're going to wind up going in a brown direction. Whereas Lamp Black is made with, like, coal soot. And it has a definite blue tone to it. Which Trinity City terrain set should I start with? Specifically Trinity City, Colonel Matthew Steiner, not Hextech. I just want to clarify the question. You're asking which Trinity City set, not which Hextech set. This is important. Ever had your feet hurt so much it's hard to sit at your computer? Put your feet up, for the love of God, Happy Heretic. Put your feet on something, man. Alright, so I'm going to go to my two favorite go-to. Pre-glazes. Where's my indigo? Oh, there it is. Okay. Indigo and Van Dyke Brown. I love these two colors for glazing. They have a wonderful staining quality to them. And as far as being broadly warm and cool, I can build them in a lot of different directions. I'll probably be experimenting with some more in the future, but I have fallen in love with these two. So let's get a little bit of indigo to start with. Hey, what's up, Thousand Young? Pun Expected, a very good evening to you. Could we get a shout out for the very talented Pun Expected painting, another member of the Linseed Brotherhood. Little Van Dyke Brown over there. Try Asphaltum with a touch of Cad Red Medium for your pre-glaze. Interesting. I have a tube right now on its way to me, a tube of Oil Colors proper cadmium red that I think I've got a couple of variations of cadmium red hue. I'm going to take those, I'm going to chuck them into the Wayward Paints basket, and I'm just going to start using a proper cadmium red, because I'm kind of frustrated with the cadmium hues right now. I'm going to want some Terra Rosa. Trying to go with minimal colors. But I want my Terra Rosa because it's fucking awesome. There really isn't, and I didn't really understand it when I bought my first oil paints. I just bought a starter set of the Winton series. I was like, yeah, it's probably the same thing. It's cadmium hue, it doesn't have real cadmium, it's not as toxic, it's probably just fine for my purposes. And then I got an actual cadmium, specifically it's just cadmium orange. And it's so different. The vibrancy that you get out of a true cadmium paint is insane. It is on a completely different level. Which explains why they continue using toxic pigments even after we were like, oh, this'll kill me. Yeah, but I get some really good reds. That's the important thing. Oh, and I was really unhappy with my magenta, so I did some research. By do some research, I mean I asked Stila Rebel because she seems to know what she's talking about. And I think Pun Expected also told me, and I picked up some of this Quabity magenta. I picked up some of this magenta. It's better. I don't have a use for it on this model, but I have it. Alright, let's get some of my ivory black kicking here. I've really quite come to like ivory black, not as a base, or to really do anything with by itself, but just as a tint. It tints really well. It's not very strong, which is kind of why it works. Alright, I'm gonna put a little bit of this Radiant White on the palette because we haven't used this, and I have this fucking 150 milliliter tube of it, so we might as well get started, right? I mean, you can spell it out all you want, it just sounds like a fucking Klingon city to me. Hey, what's up, Wombat Combat Prime? How you doing, my man? Can we get a shout-out, pretty please? For the indubitable Wombat Combat Prime. Oh, I'm not going to put any other Radiants out right now. Because I'm not sure I want to use them, but I'm going to put out a little bit of my basic Titanium White. Well, I've been streaming for an hour, and I finally started painting. I'm getting good at this. Let's see what we can do in just a couple hours, huh? I gotta get fast, because I waste so much time. There it is. I needed a little pipette. Before anyone goes, last time you said you were going to print a holder for your little medicine cup. You know what? I designed one, and I literally haven't had time on the printer since I did that. I've been printing other things. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Valandar the Red, welcome in, man. How are you doing? Been a little while. I haven't been in many streams that you frequent lately, but it's good to see you. Radiant Lemon for the gold NMM. Is that so? Okay, so I've got the Radiant Lemon, so you're saying, like, maybe Van Dyke Brown, Yellow Ochre, Radiant Lemon? And then finish it with the Titanium White? Or are you saying, like, go Van Dyke Brown right to Radiant Lemon? Because I still find myself trapped in the mindset of layering like acrylics, and I'm trying to get out of it. No, I'm gonna print it, Data Nerd. I will print it. It'll just be after the current round of prints. So I'm gonna try thinning with a little bit of the lavender spike oil tonight. Hey, what's up, Busy Builder? How you doing? Maybe the radiant blue or turquoise for the steel? You know what? We'll try some. We'll try some. Because I haven't used either, and... oh, man. Oh, God, it's really too bad that Twitch doesn't have smell-o-vision. This shit is... ooh! That is something. Whoa, whoa! Alright. Let's go ahead and get busy mixing up our glazes, huh? Let me just leave the top off that bottle of expensive oil and definitely not knock into it with my hand or anything like that. You can't tell me what to do, Project Dark Fox. I'm in Colorado. I'll do whatever I want. We don't need an accidental sleep-o-vision stream. Sleep-o-vision, that's just watching someone sleep. That's all sleep-o-vision is. Sure picked a hell of a day to quit sniffing lavender spike oil. Well, this stuff is strong. Holy moly, Gear Falcon, good to see you. Let's take just a touch. I'm gonna put it right here. This needs to go in there. Draw our indigo out into this little swamp of lavender oil. Ooh. Oh, that thin's really... oh, damn. Okay. So the solvent properties of the lavender spike oil... lavender spike oil are not identical to the white spirits. I thought they'd be pretty much interchangeable, but that's Much more aggressive. Okay. Interesting. Let's go ahead and start using some of this mixed with our ivory black as our glaze for Mr. Horsey Horse. I think he's going to be a dark horse, if you will. Not at all, Valendar. Do not let hanging out here prevent you from engaging in your hobby, my friend. You get some art done. Ooh. A miniature smells amazing. This is interesting. I'm gonna have to do a side-by-side compare with the mineral oil and the lavender spike, because this is a different consistency than I'm used to getting. Saw them pupils dilate. We're going deep tonight, folks. And we'll go ahead and do the armor in this too, because that's going to go blue. Oh, ooh, hey. That's the business there. People wonder why I love this hobby. Hey, Wolfenspawn hitting that 24 months. Here, you like it big and deep. That's right, boy. Get in there nice and deep like. 2 years. 2 years, Wolfenspawn. At 2 years, I think it is only appropriate, only ethical for me as the streamer to ask, what are you doing with your life? Just take a moment and think about it. And if you're happy with it, then by all means carry on. But I feel that it would be irresponsible of me not to pose the question. Get the rest of our indigo slathered in here. I guess I'll go ahead and go down to the hooves, because I'm going to keep the white cool. And I'll put some Van Dyke brown on his actual hooves. I need a touch more of my lavender spike oil. I'm definitely going to be sparing with this. I don't think I'm going to like... Oh, I've got some more in the dropper. I'll just use that. I'm definitely not going to switch entirely from white spirits to the lavender spike, but this is interesting. This is very, very interesting. Lost a few kilos recently, so life is frickin' fantastic. Dude, fucking congratulations. I mean, assuming that was a goal of yours. That's not always a good thing, but assuming that you were trying to, congratulations. That's awesome. That shit is hard to do, man. You ever find it hard to finish an army? What? Oh, that's a good one. That's good. You're Falcon, I like you. Ooh. Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I do indeed. And I'm thinking warm tones for the mane and tail. That makes sense to me. Help it stand out. Oh, okay. The lavender spike oil is actually a little heady. That's something to consider. maybe I'll just pass out in the middle of the stream. Who knows? I have that right. You know? Green is a cool color, isn't it? I guess that depends on the green. Paint one head and two more take its place. That does seem to be kind of how it goes a lot of the time. I feel like green is one of those colors that can really ride the temperature line, though. I like how this guy has more fabric on him than the last one we did. Less metal, more fabric, easier on me. I'm not really going to worry too much about warm or cool across the whole thing, because the nice thing about oils is you can kind of fudge that all the way up to the end. You can always change what you're doing. Oh, Coral! Hitting that big 2-5. He's just here for the Glorbin. He's just here for the Glorbin. How you doing, oh, Coral? It's good to see you, man. And thank you so much for your support. I really do appreciate it. I'm gonna glaze the areas where I'm gonna do greens and Van Dyke just to give it a little bit more interest, I think. A little tint to it.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha. Because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
I do it because I hate you. That's why I hold it off screen entirely. Just so we're clear. More to the left. Okay, here, let me just... You know what? I'm just gonna... Just gonna scoot my whole body to the left. How about that? That should be easier. I very recently moved my streaming camera for the first time since we got this new camera. And it's kind of funny having to get used to a slightly different position. You don't really think about it for a long time, and then you change things, and then there you are. Sliding off camera. Alright, I'm thinking pretty much the rest of this is going to be in our Van Dyke brown. Ooh, man, that oil. That's really something. I don't need much. I need a couple of drops. Definitely don't need that much, but I guess I can just put it back in when I'm done. There we go. Should put this in a little squeezy dropper or something. Alright, let's grab a little bit of our ivory black. Not a lot, just right there. Let's grab a big old globe of our Van Dyke and let's give it a good swirl. Yeah, so what I'm noticing is between the two, I have to work the paint into white spirits pretty aggressively. And it seems like when the oil paint touches the lavender spike oil, it just dissolves. There is a difference here. Huh. Got a little bit of my indigo in there. Give it sort of a purplish purplish hue. That's okay. This is just our pre-glaze. It doesn't matter, really. As long as it's got some of that Van Dyke warmth in there, it'll be okay. Hey, what's up, Gus Schultz? How you doing today, man? Now let's just do the rest of this. I don't think I actually want another drop in there. It's not quite as thin as I want it for my glaze. I'm still refining what I consider to be my process here, so these first steps can go a little slow. 2 more drops. Rest back in the bottle. Oh, I'm gonna start opening that away from my face. There we go. That is about as lean as it's gonna get right there. So let's finish it up. Oh yeah, that is exactly what I wanted. Going on real nice. Try not to pick up too much of the indigo as I work here. Hey, I'll sleep well tonight. There you go. Oh, Merlin models. That's a good idea. Let me finish my pre-glaze and I'll refill my water bottle. How about that? I do appreciate the reminder on that. A little hydration might stop me from getting high on lavender, huh? This is now an essential oils stream. Thunderhead Studio is an officially recognized representative and distributor for Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop line. And on Sunday, this is Sunday. On Tuesday, we will be reviewing her vagina-scented candles. So make sure you tune in for that. Spoiler, they're bad. Don't get them. I realize that may shock some of you because it sounds like such a good idea on its face. I like the different options in this kit that you get for the tail of the horse. I like because you choose which head, which body, which tail. And this braided tail, is this braid? This isn't a braid. It's just sort of tied in like little bunches. It's ponytailed, if you will, which seems apropos. Oh my god, could that be where the phrase comes from? That's crazy. Hey, what's up, Vergatorung? How you doing? This here is my least favorite aspect of this kit. I really don't like it when sculptors do this, when they connect their model to the ground by creating some piece of environment. The tactical rock is maybe the least offensive of these because there's almost no environment where there couldn't be a rock for some reason. But in this case, the modeler chose to go with a little tuft of, like, flowers. And there are many environments that you could theoretically base your horses in that would not have flowers in them. It's not a huge gripe. It's a very, very mild gripe, but it is a gripe nonetheless. Then again, if you've heard the things I gripe about on a regular basis, you probably know to take my gripes with a grain of salt. We'll have a chance to try out some of the non-metallic metal gold and radiance. Because I'm going to do his sword hilt in a brass, I'm thinking. This dude has the haircut that I had when I was, like, 9. He looks just like a 9-year-old me. He looks like the me that wrote that Marvel Superheroes comic. This is what I looked like when it happened. Less heroic, admittedly. Does that paint dry pretty thin? So we're doing oil paints. Mjar? Mjaraznabal? One of those pronunciations is probably close to something. This is... I'm really just glazing this paint on to establish a base layer of oil so that I can work some other pigments into it. Ultimately, you can get your oil paints to dry pretty damn thin. You want to use as little actual paint as possible and mostly just control the pigment levels within a single layer. So, yeah. If your oil paint is drying on super thick, you're probably using too much of it. There's nothing strictly wrong with that. You can adapt to using thicker layers of paint. Alright, what'd I miss? What'd I miss? Missed this hoof. It would behoove me to make sure I get all the hooves. There's a High Republic rock force user now. Wait, what? Huh? There's a rock Jedi? What? Explain yourself. I was going around and hitting any spots that I missed on first pass. And you don't have to be too careful with this. Like, there's some areas where I did the... where I did the indigo, where I'm just kind of going in now with the Van Dyke brown, because a little bit of color variation, a little tint variation. Again, this is not a final color for anything, nor is this really like a base coat that you would get with acrylics. This is just a, it's just going to tint the colors that wind up going, not even on top of it, but mingling with it. He's an actual slab of stone. Oh, I mean, I suppose, okay, you know? The Force is an energy field that surrounds all living things. It penetrates us and binds us. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. So, you know, a fucking rock, why not? Look, if kyber crystals can resonate with emotional energy, then fine. Fine, I say. Alright, I'm going to take 1 second. I'm going to get up, get myself some more water so that I'm not dehydrating myself. I'm going to smack my pallet can with my hand because I forgot it was there, and I'll be right back. Are we talking about how a rock can have gender? I mean, it's theoretically possible that if it, you know, I'm riffing with it that they've referred to it as a he. If a rock were to attain sentience and start to communicate with and integrate with binary life forms, carbon-based life forms, you look for the stones. There. Oh my god. Yeah. You get a good look at the stones. Okay, fair enough. I'm just saying that at some point they might be like, I'm a dude. It's cool. Particularly if he's a geode. Because then he's a geode dude. Because that's a Pokemon. Dear God, I hate Disney Star Wars. Why stop there? Why stop there, Automat? You are selling yourself and Disney short. You can just hate Disney. Because they're fucking awful. Alright, let's remove our glaze here. Needs to be voiced by Dwayne Johnson. Who's Dwayne Johnson? What was he known for? Does he have any wacky nicknames or something like that? I could swear I remember something. Ah, yes, Cave Johnson. Cave Johnson's the man who's gonna burn your house down. With the lemons. Now that initial shot of lavender spike oil I put down seems to have had a bit of a reaction with my primer? Is that what I'm seeing there? But only in one spot, which is odd. Maybe it was a little too heavy at first. Doesn't seem like it's going to be a problem because it's still stained, so there's still oil there for me to work with, but it looks like it pulled a little bit of the primer off? Is that what I'm seeing? How could it both pull the primer and also still stain the surface? That doesn't seem to follow, but okay. We're learning. We're experimenting and we're learning here. These are just little, like, synthetic makeup sponges. If it reacts with the primer, that's something that I need to know, but if it's still staining, it doesn't... If it's just going to give me texture issues, then I need to experiment a little bit more. Brand new at Minis. Well, welcome in. And welcome to this fantastic and exciting hobby. What got you in? What got you in, Miar? What Minis were your gateway? I'm having a hard time disagreeing with Grim Nation at this point, honestly. Oil painting is rewarding. I would still say that acrylics are kind of easier to get into just because they're more generally available. Advice for how to get simple effects out of them is... you know what I would say? If you're just looking to paint some minis quick and you don't, like, yeah, you just want to paint an army and get it done fast and follow a paint-by-numbers approach, acrylics are probably your game, because there's just so much information out there for them. Yeah, I think that's what it's doing, is it's reacting with my primer. Maybe the lavender spike oil is not a great idea. Maybe we learned that live together today. And if we did, I'm still glad I did it. Yeah, because can you see that? I think it's reacting with my acrylic primer. See that texture on there? It's kind of turning it a little sludgy is what it's doing. It seems to be a much more aggressive solvent, and maybe that is why it's doing this. But at the same time, the color's staying down? It's interesting. I'm gonna keep moving ahead. We're gonna keep painting. But may wind up redoing this mini at some point. If this winds up being a problem. It could be the plastic. Well, if it was the plastic, you would think that it would be coming up more. The color wouldn't be staying down if that were the case, unless it's melting into the plastic. I guess that's possible. It's styrene. That may be what it's doing. Which, if that's the case, phooey, and I'll just let it sit for a little bit and settle and let the solvent dissolve out. Because it hasn't caused any real damage. It's just futzed with the surface a little bit. Just enough to give it some texture, which I don't really mind in any of the spots that it's done it. Let me try something. Try finding a spot underneath that I don't mind messing with and playing with the surface a little bit. The plastic still seems relatively firm. Oh, you think just the medium of the primer itself? Yeah, I don't think the styrene is being damaged, but I definitely think this is a reaction with the primer. In which case, I'm extra glad that I bought a teeny little sample bottle of it, because this might not work. Well, that's okay. That's okay. Minis can always be stripped and brought back. It's definitely having a little bit of a reaction here. I'm going to try putting down one quick color to see what it does, because we're in the experimental phase right now. And then I'll probably just move on to the to our next mini and not use the lavender oil on this one. And I'm really just going to grab some titanium white as an experiment here. Straight out of the tube. Let's just see what it does with our surface here. Now the paint still goes down. The oil is certainly present. But yeah, the surface is a little funny. Definitely got some funny little spots in there. I don't think I like it. I don't think I like it. It's already too much trouble. It's already too much trouble for the not very much benefit, and it's significantly more expensive to the point that if it's gonna do this, I'm not gonna mess with it. My oh my oh my. Crimson Caldera. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Crimson Caldera. How was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for bringing your people in. We're just doing a little bit of a oil paint experimentation tonight. Getting a few things wrong, but not so wrong that we can't fix it, I don't think. Yeah, it messes with the surface enough. I don't like that. I do not. Okay. Yeah, see it. It'll just come right up, too. Because it's sort of pulling the primer up in chunks. And dissolving it. But it is the primer, it's not the styrene. So, we're going to let this sit and cure for a little while, and we're going to come back to this mini later. That's my plan. That's okay, we've got other stuff. We've got other stuff we can work on. Why don't we come back to the one we were working on last time and do some finishing touches on him, because we didn't really finish it. Oh, Crimson, that's very, very kind of you to say. So, okay. Interesting experiment. This is used by a lot of oil painters, I think mostly on canvas using, like, gesso, I would think. Right? It's nice. It's very pleasant. But in quantities, it's very, very expensive. I like that it's not toxic, but it reacts with my primer, and that's a problem for me, because I would sooner switch away from this and keep using Stynel Res than I would switch to another primer in order to keep using the lavender spike oil. Does react with latex-based paints. I don't, but the Stynel Res shouldn't be. Is Stynel Res latex-based? I can't imagine that it is. I can't imagine that it is. Water-based acrylic polyurethane. It doesn't have any more detailed contents on it. Stynel Res, yeah, Miar, this is the primer that I use. I highly recommend this stuff. It is fantastic. It does have latex in it. Well, I mean, I would think that the surest sign that it has latex in it is what we just did right here. Like, oh, yep, okay, that pretty much confirms it. I'll have to get that cleaned up a little bit later, but that's okay. We can come back to the dappled gray that we were working on. We can do some work finishing this guy up. I want to try a couple little things. We're being experimental, right? We're always trying to be a little experimental. So let's try some of this Gamblin' Radiant Turquoise, why don't we? I'm working over dried, cured oils now. I'm going to put this out, and I'm going to thin it down quite a lot, I'm thinking, and work it over my armor. This will be the first Radiant that I've used. Thank you, by the way, again, thank you for the raid, Crimson Caldera. I hope you had a fantastic stream. If you said what you were working on, I did not catch it. I would love to know what you were working on tonight. And again, welcome in, Raiders. I'm just gonna... The only places that I put the lavender oil are right here and right here, so I'm just gonna avoid those spots. We're just going to start with the turquoise, and if I need to, and I will, I'll want to darken it. I'll just come in after with some of my, I guess I'll probably need a new glob, actually. That is a good point. I'll need a new glob of my indigo. I'm just going to put my turquoise down here.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
Oh,
it's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I can and I will. Hey, Sumitha, good to see you. Yeah, pun expected. I think what it is, what we've sort of agreed on, is that Stynylrez Primer has some latex in it, and the spike oil reacts with the latex. And if I'm given the choice of using the spike oil and switching away from Stynylrez, or not using the spike oil, I'm just not going to use the spike oil. Damn, that is radiant. That is a lovely color. Let's get some more indigo going and kind of balance it out. It is turned into an experimental stream in which we're not going to get done what we had intended, but we can work on some other things. Alright, so the curious part for me is going to be seeing how these two mingle. Indigo's real dark and real strong. But I mean, in theory, these two alone should be enough to do a non-metallic metal effect. In theory. Look. Look, my status as a professional GIMP is none of your damn business, Dr. Rhino. Get off my OnlyFans. Alright, so just kind of blocking those two in real general-like. Now, let's grab ourselves a little neutral brush here. Something like this. Another win for Pro-Acryl. Look, Pro-Acryl is a great primer. It's just for this one particular, very esoteric use, it's not the best. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to pull the indigo down into the turquoise. And turquoise is pretty strong. It is not being overpowered at all. Do a little scumbling effect here. Little circles. It blends nicely. I don't hate that. I want more indigo, though. The turquoise is very strong. But I guess that's the point of using the radiants, is that they are quite strong. It's the pixie dust, that's what does it. It's a very, very pleasant color, though. Ooh, I like that. I quite like that. That was easy to do, too. And it's still really nice and saturated and vibrant. Now, let's try doing a little finishing work. Using another brush. This Artis Opus brush that I don't really like all that much. And I'm just going to try a touch of our Radiant White, because again, we haven't used this yet. We're using a lot of new products tonight, in the hope of learning something. Just thin down my Radiant White a touch here. so. DFW Dwegham hitting that 4 months. Oh my god! There's a definite irony to the fact that Dr. Rhino resubscribed for 4 months 10 minutes ago, asking if Thunder Senpai would notice him, and I did not. I did not. Oh my god, I feel so bad. Dr. Rhino, thank you so much for the resub. And also DFW Dwegham, thank you so much for all of your support. It absolutely means the world. Let's just grab these edges. Damn, it is a dominant white, isn't it? This white is not fucking around, as we like to say. Build up a bit of it here in the corner. And then carry it across the edge. A little messy, but that's okay. We can fix that. Just blendy, blend. Fix that up. This is not bad. It's real dramatic, but it's facing down, so I think it being primarily shadow is appropriate. That was easy to do. Still liking the paint handle. Whole setup of the top, just like you were thinking. I'm still getting used to this top piece here. I think the more I use it, kind of the better I like it. I mean, compare just real quick the blue in that chest piece with sort of over on his leg. I think that's the ticket. Let's grab some more indigo. And do a little bit of work on these other metallic bits. I'm not going to redo all the non-metallic metal, I'm just going to enhance a lot of it. And why the hell not? We're not painting a whole mini tonight because we utterly failed with our lavender spike oil, so let's do some extra detailing, why don't we? Seems like a fine way to spend my time. I hadn't really done that much work on the NMM anyway. Yeah, that is much hotter than just going to titanium white. It is much more interesting, and I only really need to use the two colors, which is nice. Life lesson, always have a backup model. Yeah, when you completely fuck up what you were trying to do. Oh, Bahamut, we discovered that Stynylrez has a latex component to it that the spike oil wants to react with. So that's not going to be a viable option. Because I'm not going to switch away from Stynel Res in order to use the Spike Oil. That's just not going to happen. I like Stynel Res too much. And thus I am just fine with using my my white spirits for the time being. Now, I'll tell you the other thing, like, I'm not kidding. This shit is strong. Where'd it go? Where'd I put the bottle? Oh, it's over there. Okay. It is strong. My whole office smells of lavender right now. Not the model. It did not melt the model. I would have been shocked if it were strong enough to melt styrene, of all things. It just reacted with the latex and the primer, so it futzed up the surface a little bit. And that's not bad. If I just wait for it to cure, I can go in and clean it out and start over on the model. I'm glad we learned it when we were just getting started with the pre-glaze. It won't wound us too badly. See, I'm really pretty happy with the non-metallic metal I got in here, but let's go ahead and work in some of the turquoise anyway, because I think it's going to look really nice. Yeah, the thing is, more and more, I don't mind going back and redoing non-metallic metal effects, because I'm still not, like, great at it, but the more I do it, the more confident I am with it, you know? The more I mess with it, the more I redo, the more I sort of get a feel for how I want to do it the next time. Eventually, I might even do some non-metallic metal that I genuinely like. Who knows? Take a look at it before the storm report so we can see how time is involved as well. Yeah, we can do that. White spirit's expensive or something? Smelly? Just kind of toxic. Just unpleasant if I spill them. Like, if I were to spill the lavender spike oil, what would happen is my whole office would reek like lavender for a while. But if I got it on something, you know, as long as it apparently didn't get on any latex, it would be fine. Yeah, the model's fine. And technically, even if it did damage the model, I got the model for free. You hear me? You hear me, Parabellum? Send me more models. I'll break those ones too. Did I say night models? I meant Parabellum. Because the white spirits are, they're a terpenoid. Let's go ahead and hit these rivets, too. If you get it on some wood, it'll smell like lavender for at least a few years. Ooh! Ooh! I wonder what would happen. Could you impregnate, if you will, wood PLA, which is still cornstarch plastic, but it has wood fiber in it? It will take things like wood stains. Could you impregnate that with lavender oil? Could you make like a nice aromatic 3D printed piece? You could make like a 3D printed pomander. These are dangerous ideas. They're silly ideas. It's an interesting idea. I might try that just because I've got it. I don't know, this isn't necessarily, like, the best idea I've ever had, but it's probably not the worst, you know? Probably, conceivably, maybe, arguably, possibly. I'm going to thin this down a whole lot here, because I want to try just putting in some shadows on the neck. Asri, we got a lot of resubs tonight. We got a lot. 9 months. Asri, thank you so, so much for your resubscription. Thank you so much for your support. How you doing tonight? How's life, Asri? I hope the answer to both of those questions is fantastic. Just kind of vaguely working some shadows in here. I'm going to do some more work on the coat because it got real blended together and not very distinct. I think the stippling might have been a bit much. I want to put a shadow back in here on the neck. Got some Battle Mech boxes for winning an Age of Sigmar tournament yesterday, and your Dark Star Metallics just came in. Good times are sure to come. Happy days are here again. The skies above are blue again. Let us sing a song of cheer again. It is pretty exciting. There you go, Grim Nation. It's perfect. It's genius. It's a wonderful plan that I had. I would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for you meddling Grim Nations. Just putting a little shape back in the neck here. We prefer gremlins. That works. I'm okay with that. I think the coat actually works decently well. I'm not gonna go back and redo the coat. It's a little indistinct, but if we do more dappled grays, we'll just try to do better on those ones. I can see a few areas that I missed, though, so let's get those. Notably, this should be... These spots should be the color of the horse's coat. Let's blend this out. Touch more of our indigo here. I really do quite like indigo. I don't know that I'm using it as effectively as I could be, but I like it. And ultimately, as long as we're having fun, can we really be getting it too wrong? Well, maybe, because that became mostly shadow real quick. But it's probably fine. It's probably fine. It's facing away from my imaginary light source anyway. It just has a deeper, more blended coat than most. There we go. You know, horsies come in all sizes, shapes, and colors. He's a bit of a dark horse, this one. So let's come back into our Radiant Turquoise a little bit here. Let's give it a bit more thinner. Yeah, going from the indigo through Radiant Turquoise to Titanium White is a fairly nice gradient for these armor panels. I don't want it to be too strong. I just want to do a little bit. Just want to do a little bit here. Bit down here on the corner. Right. Oh God. Oh God, Desert Owl. What could it be? Ooh. Ooh, that's nice. Ooh, that blends smooth. Oh my God. Smooth and still so vibrant. Damn. Damn. That's fucking easy. That is way better than the blue bullshit that I was trying before to get the same effect. Holy moly! That, oh my God, okay. I mean, okay, tell me if I'm crazy, but the NMM gradient on this shield, it needs a little bit of white, but that's not bad. On the rim of the shield, that was fucking stupid easy. Like, that was ridiculous. Yeah, these are the Gamblin' Radiant oils. That was so much easier than the bullshit that I was doing before, which was mostly titanium white and like cobalt blue. Whew, it's bright too. Well, let's keep going then. Yeah, I mean, these radiant colors, they're the kind of thing that if you had the know-how and the supplies, you could mix these yourself. I think without even too much difficulty. But, having them done for you for the specific purpose right out of the tube is really nice. Now, let's take our indigo and grab some of these rings here. Sometimes I feel like I should paint faster on stream, and then I remember spending a bunch of time in Teal Security's streams and watching him paint for like 3 hours and touch the model maybe twice with his brush, and I just don't feel so bad. Got to talk to the Gamblin' Art Paint department to discuss the Radiance. Tell me more. Tell me more, Grim Nation. How's the rest of the Gamblin paint range? Have you tried them? So I've got a couple of Gamblins now. I got Gamblin's Mars Black. And what's the other one I'm using? Not my Terra Rosa. I don't remember. I've got another tube of Gamblin. Oh, it's my Phthalo Green. And so far, the Gamblin paints are really quite nice. They're more heavily pigmented than... I mean, almost everything's more heavily pigmented than the Winton line. But transitioning from that to Gamblin has been interesting. A very saturated experience, if you will. Alright, let's do some more work with our turquoise. Catch the rim of our helmet here. A little bit going up the edge. And then this sort of midpoint where it swells outward and it would catch the light. And same on this side. Just come down the edge here and grab that edge. And we'll just blend this all together. Yeah? How you doing, man, Rufusol? Yeah, and that's been my experience too. And that's what I'm saying, like, you could do this yourself. I do not have the time or the talent necessary to do so. It's certainly more than just mixing paint. So, I'm happy to pay them to do it. Because, holy moly, these are easy highlights that aren't desaturating. They're keeping the colors nice and rich. And a smaller brush. Smaller and firmer, like this little flat here should do it. Cheesy chicken enchiladas. I would say marry that woman, but it seems like you took that advice already. Yeah, Pun Expected is absolutely full of good advice if you're interested in trying out oils for the first time. And we're looking to provide some oils to interested newbie oil painters as part of our revitalization of the Thunderhead Home for Wayward Paints program. I have a couple of little starter sets of Van Gogh oil paints, just a very simple, basic palette to work with, and I've got some brushes on the way. A little bottle of solvent should get you started if you just want to give it a try and aren't really sure how you're going to like it. Okay, these Radiants are... I've only used one of them and I'm already kind of really digging it. Well, and I'll say, too, oil paints can seem like they're expensive when you look at the tubes, But bear in mind that one of the standard 37 milliliter tubes will conceivably last you well over a year. It depends on how much painting you're doing, but even if you're painting like an army, you're not gonna use that much paint. Is just not likely to happen. You might use a lot of oil paint if you're painting on a bunch of canvases, sure, but if you're painting minis, the quantity is minimal. And you don't really want to be putting much paint on the mini anyway. Kind of draw those 2 points together there. Yeah, that's also true, WJ. You will be thinning it, so... Like, I'm trying to be less wasteful with my oils, but I'm kind of wasteful with them, and I barely use any of them at all. The initial tubes, the teeny tiny tubes that I bought with my starter. Let's see, the most used paint that I have used since I started oil painting, that came in my initial starter set, is this tube of Winton Titanium White. And I'm halfway through it. After, I think, about 6 months of doing this. And I use this in every single project. Most of these paints I don't. And I've been very wasteful with it on top of that. I didn't have to use that much. Unless you paint as much as Wapple, your paints will mostly be passed down in your will. Yeah, there you go. And even Wapple stretches those paints a long ways. And he paints so much. The sheer quantity of painting that James Wapple gets done is staggering. It is staggering. Once you get used to the consistency of oil paint, once you get more comfortable with thinning it, you get more comfortable with the idea of fat over lean, it goes down pretty easily. Majar Aznabal, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. You say you just got started in mini painting, Majar. I asked you earlier what your first mini was, and I think that I just completely glazed over your answer. I'm sorry about that. No accidents. Just a happy little knee. How about that? Happy little knee pad. Happy little knee. Happy little Polane. Which, there you go. There's your fun fact for the day. Another word for armored knee pad and elbow pad would be Polane and Couter. Canvas and Digital Painter. Good Jesse got me in. Remembered Warhammer when I was young, and my experimental minis are Bloodletters, and after that is Sylvaneth. Bloodletters are a good choice to start with, honestly. Because it's you know, it's mostly one color. You can get away with doing a lot of blendness on them. Don't have to do lots of intricate little hard surface details. About all they have is like an axe that they wield most of the time. I need to do the little tipsies of his toesies. I realize they're kind of flat in here, but they... Well, he's wearing boots. Those are going to be leather. I don't want to do those as metal. He's wearing leather boots. Leather boots. Let's get a little more of the turquoise over here. A little more and then draw it up. Well, I am a giant fucking nerd, Thousand Young. I am full of absolutely useless esoteric knowledge. I completely failed to finish doing the little shading where my indigo... I keep getting distracted, but... You know, whatever. That's the nice thing with oil paints, is just kind of move around the mini painting things as you notice, and don't worry too much about doing one part all at once. Wapple always says to paint the whole mini at one time. It's something I'm still trying to adapt into a sensible strategy. More indigo up here. Just let the ADD take over. Praise be to Wapple. Holy is his name. And yea, did the prophet Wapple journey into the land of big acrylic. The darkness of citadel and army painter did reign supreme. And he said unto the masses, really dorky Gandalf joke. And yea, did they follow behind him in his oily majesty? He brought down his paintbrush, cast his voice to the heavens, and split the sea of linseed, that the chosen ones may flee their captors. Okay, this is getting blasphemous. Let's not. Yeah, I don't want to keep doing that. In Wapple's name, we drink. What was I just doing? I was just doing something. Yeah, whatever. Let's just keep going. Oh, I know what I was doing. Oh, God, excuse me. Gross. Linseed in Danish. Real Danish. Should we be watching for the lightning? You gotta watch for something. Know what I mean?
Ass crackling thunder spunk. Yeah!
You know what it means. You know exactly what it means from how it makes you feel. Okay, now that I've fooled with this a little bit, this is honestly going to make the rest of my non-metallic metal go so much faster. Like, this is ridiculous. I'm only using 2 colors at this point, and it's coming out way better than when I was using more. It's disgusting how smoothly these colors blend together. I feel almost bad. I'm not even doing a very good job with it, and I still think it looks good. Like, honestly, I should probably reverse this so it's light, dark, light, but, you know, oh well. Let's put some more light at the tip. That'll help balance it out. Bring this shape down a little bit. Like so. All right. You know what I'm going to do? Let's try a little bit of that Radiant Lemon, like we were talking about. I've got some poorly done pseudo gold going on the hilt, sort of a brassy gold. So we're going to take a little bit of our Radiant Lemon. We're going to give it a shot. Because this is exciting. We've had 2 experiments tonight. One was a miserable failure, and the other is very exciting. Thin down our Radiant Lemon a bit here. And then let's try just putting this right on top of some yellow ochre and seeing what it does. Yowza. Okay, yeah. I mean, alright, sure. Yeah, we can do this. I think what makes these work is the like you said, it's not desaturated, but it is very, very bright. It has that strength of the titanium white. It just goes down so easily. Nice and bright without desaturating. So you can keep your colors pretty vivid. It's the damn pixie dust. It's definitely the pixie dust. Let's give that a little smooth. Again, not a particularly good job, but we're learning things and we're moving forward. That's what we're doing. Do a few spot touches of our Radiant White. Of course, this hilt is a series of complex shapes that I'm just not going to worry about, if I'm being honest. That looks brassy enough for me. I'm done with it. Let's put a little bit of our Radiant White on this shield that I'm so happy with. Not too much. And let's thin it down a touch. much paint on my brush here. Oh, yeah. Oh, that punches it up beautifully, doesn't it? I've even got a little bit of the Radiant Lemon in here in my mix for the white. It ain't hurting nothing. That might have actually pushed it a little bit far, but whatever, who gives a shit. Let's just give that a little touch, shall we? Just enough to merge it down into the turquoise. I think I can push this effect much further than I have with these. Oh! Oh! Camera froze. Let me fix it. 1 second. There we go. Alright, so I came back in on that shield that I was so pleased with, and in the last few seconds I was just blending the Radiant White into it, and I mean, damn. I mean, damn. That was dead-ass simple, and that is kind of some of my favorite NMM that I've done. I think it's easy because the shapes are easy, but the paint certainly wasn't hurting. Yeah, I was, God damn it. No. No. You can't just start singing Phil Collins in chat, Dr. Rhino. That's not acceptable. I feel like we've been over this. Okay. A little heavier on the turquoise I have on the bottom of the helmet here. It got real dark and I'd like it to be a bit brighter. Really outline his face with it this way. This sort of bell shape of his bassinet. And gently, gently, gently. Gently, gently, gently. Oh yeah, I think that's better. Did anyone else watch the trailer for the Halo show and realize most of the way through that they were doing one of those awful, like, slow covers that they do? And it was fucking In the Air Tonight. It was, like, what the hell? You have Halo, a property that one of the things it's best known for is its iconic and really, really just bumpin' soundtrack. Or at least main theme song. I mean, it's known for its soundtrack, but it's definitely known for its main theme. It's right there in front of you. You obviously use the Halo theme. They're like, no, let's do a slow cover of Phil fucking Collins. I was flabbergasted. go stronger. I want to go stronger on the top of the helmet here. Less so on the other side. I want to leave a little bit of a shadow. Focus this up towards the top, at the mohawk. Look, Rio, that was a long time ago, okay? And yes, it was weird. But, you know, Mech Warrior didn't have a unique and iconic soundtrack to draw from, for the most part. I would say it would be more like if you made a sequel to Command and Conquer, and you told Frank Klepacki to get piped because you were going to put in Papa Roach. That seems like a much better analogy, if you will. All in all, this night has been not very productive at all. I have about a half hour before we get to the storm report. I'll probably do some more painting later tonight. I mean, that's not true. It has been productive. We've learned lessons tonight about a couple of new products that I hadn't tried before. One of them bad and one of them good. Not that the spike oil is bad, just that you shouldn't use it with Stynel Res Primer. That is important information to have. So now I have to find something I can do with 2 ounces of lavender spike oil. Does anybody have any kitschy aunts who are into holistic medicine who could give me some advice? Could donate it to a yoga studio, you know? Beard oil. Ooh. Would it work as beard oil? I don't know. Can help you sleep if you don't have low blood pressure. I don't have low blood pressure. I have the opposite problem. Hypnotic Mom might be able to give some advice. First of all, how you doing, Skull Fairy? It's good to see you. And secondly, I'll probably ask her, honestly, because I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do with 2 ounces of it. I can think of uses for, like 2 things to do with it that will use a few drops each, and then I've got, you know, 2 ounces of it left. By the time I'm done with all my ideas, I will still have essentially all of it. God, he's already just looking punchier, isn't he? Go back to a little bit of our radiant white. It's a good joke for Gatorung. General public, everyone would never think of going to see a Halo movie. They can relate to the music. I mean, that's sort of the the conclusion I came to was that the Halo show is not being made for fans of the Halo game. It's being made for people who are, like, aware that the Halo game exists in a tertiary sense, who aren't really familiar with anything about it, so they'll just watch fucking whatever. I should start, like, a betting pool, and people can bet on how many reviews for major, like, AAA network shows. How many reviews call it, it's the next Game of Thrones in space. There will be at least 6. It will never be a valid comparison, but they'll still make it. Ooh, the radiant white is potent. It is, ooh. I'll need to do a side-by-side comparison with some regular titanium white, but this is usually what I'm looking for when I go right to the white, is something that will lay down kind of dominantly like this. Usually, by the time I'm putting it down, it's already getting muddied by the surrounding colors, but this has much more of a take charge attitude about it. Look, man, you can be a power bottom. There ain't nothing wrong with that. You got no commitment, Vinegar. That's why you never get anywhere in life. You're finished. I want to grab a few spots over here on the edge of the shield. Let's do that now. Let's do that now. Let's grab our indigo. And I mean, really, this just turned into me doing nothing but experimenting with the radiant turquoise for doing NMM, and I have no regrets. I have no regrets. This is magnificent, and I want to do it to more models. And I want to play with my gold. I wish I'd had this when I was doing Sanguini. Lay down our indigo just all along here. All along the tower shield, if you will. Halo died with Reach. I can't disagree. The funny thing is, I was never really that big a fan of Halo. I didn't dislike Halo, but I wasn't really that into shooters when it came out. So I was like, Halo's, it's okay. And over time, I've kind of come to appreciate it more just because shooters have gotten dumber and dumber and dumber to the point that now Halo is like a fucking renaissance of the human spirit. Despite the fact that, like, all of its plot points are ripped wholesale from other better properties. But how can I complain about that and still be like, hey, how about Warhammer 40k? Because, I mean, it did it first and worse, so, yeah, I guess there are no new ideas under the sun, right? Shooters died with Battle Royale. I mean, games. Games. The post-apocalyptic young adult story died with Battle Royale. Because that's all any of them were ever trying to be, was just Battle Royale. But they all did it worse. The Radiant paints are really very impressive. I wasn't entirely sure what to expect from them, but I'm sort of reeling from the possibilities here. It's taking something that was formerly kind of difficult to do, and maybe the most difficult thing I was doing in oils, and making it even easier to do. It wasn't particularly difficult, but now it's just dumbass simple, and I'll tell you, I'm into it. I'm very much into it. Oh, you want me to toss in some Winton? We can do that. Hang on. That's not even true. No, I used Winton Ivory Black, technically. Technically. It's just that it's Ivory Black and nobody gives a shit. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to give the lavender oil to my wife. I'll be like, here, honey, I bought this for you. I was thinking of you when I got it. She'll say, that's so sweet, you fucking liar. You told me about it when you ordered it. And I'll be like, well, you know, but I thought of you after. And she'll be like, that's still nice. And then she'll make me a delicious meal. It'll be great. Okay, fair enough, Grim Nation. It was on the model that I fucked up. You're not wrong. I like the fact that I can have a little bit of pigment other than titanium mixed into this radiant white, and it doesn't stop being white. It just tints very gently. Because there's a little bit of yellow in this white, but it's still reading as white. It's just bringing the smallest bit of yellow to the blue. It's really barely perceptible. It probably doesn't make any difference. I just think it's kind of cool. Hey, I'm gonna keep on using my student black as a tint until that fucking tube is empty. I ain't wasting this shit. A meal with the lavender oil. Oh, no, that sounds awful. No coral is what I'm going to say to that. Which is, you know, objectively witty because it's a play on your name. Now everyone has to congratulate me. Put a touch back here. Whoop, just like that. I'm going to use black paint just to spite you. It's pure spite paint. We don't even use linseed oil anymore. We're thinning with spite. Yeah, that might want another touch-up. Helmet isn't quite where I want it to be, but it's okay. Like I said, we're moving forward. We're moving forward. Remind myself, I told myself I wouldn't dwell. We just keep painting. I just get so excited trying new things. gonna grab the mail around his face there. Go ahead and lay in a little glare off the edge of the shield here. And over around here, more with a radiant turquoise, which is just lovely. It's just lovely. Now, having tried the artist colors and the Winton colors, my honest assessment is truly, Winton's not a bad place to start. It genuinely is not. It's more than adequate for painting models. I did the entirety of my 40k Sanguinius in Winton, and I think that came out pretty good. It's certainly a good place to start learning if, like, that's the starter set that you have access to. I think that it is nice in that the paint is very, very consistent. It's specifically formulated to all have the same consistency to it. So if you're really just learning how to thin your oils, that can be kind of a relief. I'm gonna strengthen this. I'm gonna strengthen this. We need more blue up here. And then we can use our radiant white to bring it in line with the rest of the metal. No, I do not. I absolutely do not. I don't even think that it's going to look that out of place. Fuck, it kind of does. Well, the good news is I've only done 2 nights, so the rest will be brighter. Shut up. It just has so much more color to it. But no, we don't. We don't go back and revisit older models while we have new models to paint. Maybe one day we'll go back and revisit older models, but that is not this day. This day we paint. I already think that's better. Yeah, that definitely already looks better. Let's get some of that white in there. It's one of those things, you know, you don't quite know it until you see it, and then you see it and you're like, oh yeah, there it is. That's the one. My monkey brain can't comprehend non-metallic metal. Most of the time I'm doing non-metallic metal. You guys want to know the secret? If you're one of the, like, 4 people who looks at my non-metallic metal and goes, wow, that looks really metallic, I'm mostly just making it up. The color, there is a certain logic to where I'm placing highlights, and I think that I get better each one that I do, but a lot of it's just fucking arbitrary. Broadly speaking, what I've learned is if you want to fake non-metallic metal, pick 2 corners and do a gradient across them from light to dark, and then do some white around the edge. And you've got something that isn't great non-metallic metal, but it reads as fairly metallic. It's just volumetric highlighting. Some I do better than others. Still learning, still practicing. I'm not all that concerned with it being a perfectly realistic reproduction of what light would look like
and
playing
so
off
I
of a metal
painted on
surface.
some metallics.
Ooh.
Bitches love metallics.
We'll have a chance to get back to that here pretty soon. I did get some of those metallic oils on the way. We're going to try some true metallic metal and oil. A big part of getting better in oil for me has been learning how to do this step, the blending step. Learning a couple of different brush motions you can use for it, and learning how sometimes really all you need to do is just take the bristles and just touch. Just touch. Just gently touch the surface. You're really not doing any motion at all. You're just blurring the lines. Very gently. I already think that looks better. Try oil metallics over an acrylic metallic base? Sure, why the hell not? I'll try it on like a piece of scrap. See how it looks. How you doing, Vergataron? Good to see you. Alright, so tonight I intended to paint a completely different Mounted Squire, and I fucked it up by experimenting with lavender spike oil, but it's okay. We learned a lesson. Don't use lavender spike oil with Stynel Res Primer, because Stynel Res Primer has some latex to it, and the lavender spike oil will just fucking react with it and go all crazy. So we're going to let that cure, and then we're going to strip it and start over. But that's okay. That's okay. That's a lesson learned. It's something I was curious about, and now we know not to do it. It's also a reminder, boys and girls, that we should always test these things on pieces of scrap before we try them on models. But, you know, no harm, no foul. And from there, we sort of pivoted into experimenting with the new Gamblin Radiants, specifically Radiant Turquoise and Radiant Lemon, on our original Squire, which kind of turned into me redoing all the non-metallic metal on the model, which I didn't strictly intend to do. But we're doing it anyway. Because it's really effective and I like it. Let me see. Kursala, I have Furnace Glow, which is sort of a... It's like a warm gold. It's kind of almost bronzy. I have Pyrite, which is a nice bright yellow, kind of brassy gold. And well, the good news, Grim Nation Hobbies, is again, I painted 2 of the basic knights. I haven't gotten to the Bannerman or the Mounted Noble Lord yet. They're going to be shiny as fuck, just you wait and see. And then here I have the Tarnished Treasure, which actually this is very bronzy. This is more coppery. And this is kind of bronzy. And then, of course, I have Mystic Thunder, which I'm not sure what I want to do with, but I want to do something with it. The fact that, like, chat and me are offset makes every remark of yours even more confusing, Kursala. I would say that Furnace Glow reminds me much more of copper. Pyrite is very much reminding me of gold. Like, gold or brass. They're all kind of gold. You could use all of these to make it gold, but specifically, Pyrite is brassy, Tarnished Treasure is bronzy, and Furnace Glow is coppery. And his armor isn't fancier, it's just the small pieces of it that he has are shinier. That's it. It's the only thing that's true. Let me finish off this sword, and then I only have a couple of details left to do on this guy to finish him off, and we've learned some very valuable lessons tonight. Let's just put a little slash across, right like so. Bloop. And then right like at the tip. Yeah. Like that. And then let's grab our edge. The radiant white is just easier to work with than the other titanium whites that I have, and I like it. I like it quite a lot. Way too much paint on this brush right now. Let's knock most of it off because I'm making a mess. Nope, I just did it again. That was the wrong angle. The nice thing about oil paints is I can literally just reach right in there and kind of wipe off all the shit I don't want to be there. That's better. That's much cleaner. Up in there and there. Looks like we're gonna need to clean up on aisle 5. Darth Rosie 45, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I said I was happy with this heavy shadow on the chest armor, but we're just gonna real quick. We're gonna real fast. Because now that I'm only using 3 paints total to do this, I feel pretty comfortable going quickly and just... I want to strengthen this. I want to strengthen this. A wild man would put some warm colors up in the shadow, but I'm keeping it simple, stupid. Hey, oil paints, indeed, Darth Rosie. Yeah, we are rapidly becoming adherents of the cult of Wapple. Burr-ass-e. Oh, ooh. E. Yeah, Mystic Thunder's kind of a weird one. I gotta think of what I want to do with it. I want to do something with it, I'm just not sure what yet. I think you could use Mystic Thunder as the base for a gold. Because gold does really well when you've got some kind of purple in it. In the shadows. So I think Mystic Thunder maybe with a wash over it. So, for the most part, no, Darth Rosie. It's not really necessary to add linseed oil. Most of the thinning that I do is actually with a solvent, and in this case it is with a mineral spirit. Or not a mineral spirit, but a white spirit, like a terpenoid. I have rarely reached the point where I've needed to add more linseed oil to the paint. I do have linseed oil on hand should I need to, but As I said, rarely, if ever, does that become a necessity. I don't know what it is with this chest armor. I'm just not liking, I guess, the pattern of the NMM that I've done on it. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about it. I think it looks probably fine. I think the head armor looks good on the horse. It's very shiny. It's all very shiny. Tabletop disc. You know what? Good point. Good point. I'm lost in the details right now, which is something I try to warn people not to do, and here I am doing it. But we're experimenting and we're learning, and this is what's important. I think that's about all the metal on him, honestly, other than like some of the rings on the bridle, which I'll get last. But I've pretty much retouched all the metal on my homeboy here. And I feel pretty good about it. I might want to do the underside of the sword, just because he has it kind of lifted. I don't know, I'll probably just leave it. You're going to view him most often from, like, this angle here. You know? You're not going to see the underside of the sword. You're going to see the shield, you're going to see the edge of the blade, you're going to see the top of the blade from the back. I realize it's time for the storm report. I'm going to do one real quick thing with a touch of alizarin crimson. And that is just reminding myself that there is another color in this palette I haven't really played with that is going to make a difference. And again, I'll probably come back to this mini in a couple of hours after I've had a chance to get cleaned up and go watch tonight's episode of Attack on Titan. Because that's a thing. That's a thing that I do. But he has this torse wrapped around his helmet. And that is going to be alternatingly red and white. So I want to put in my alizarin crimson glaze here. And it is a glaze in this case because I've let the oils cure to a point. But he's going to have alternating red and white stripes on his head, which is going to really, really change the look of things. And I just want to pick out the red portions. Because this would be... What you do is you take two tubes of fabric. You would take, like, a flat piece of white linen and a flat piece of red dyed linen. You'd put a little batting in them, you'd fold them over, and you'd stitch them so you have two tubes. And then you stitch them together on the end, you pull them out next to each other, and you twist, and you twist, and you twist. And then you tie that around, and you stitch it together. And what you wind up with is this nice, tight, alternating color linen torse around your helmet. Which would generally be in the colors of your house. Or your coat of arms. And interestingly enough... Is it interesting? Maybe it's not. Damn it, he's all the way back there. Well, on my Noble Lord helmet that I sculpted and printed, I did a torso very much like this. So I'm glad to see that the sculptors at Parabellum agree with me that torsos are pretty cool. Since I'm alternating a red with a white, I'm going to make my white cool. Because warm, cool is just going to look better. So there's my alizarin crimson. Now I'm going to come in with... I know we're supposed to start the storm report, just I'm painting. I'm painting. Bear with me. We started late. Didn't have a lot of time tonight. I just want to do this right quick because I want to see it. Hey, what's up, Project Dark Fox? I'm putting things off as usual. Don't mind me. So I'm going to hit this with my indigo. We're not going to go any bluer than that. We're not going to touch our Radiant Turquoise for this. But we are going to use the Radiant White. Right. Let's jump right to Radiant White. And see what it looks like going down right over Indigo. That's what I'm curious about. Is how strong Radiant White is going to be compared to Indigo, which is pretty strong. I was watching you the whole time. It was me. I was the turkey all along. I don't want that much paint. I don't want that much paint. I want this to be a little subtler, please. Thank you. And see, this is part of the reason that Darth Rosie were asking if I thin with linseed oil. I don't really need to, because if I thin with a solvent, I lean the paint down, and then you just apply the principle of fat over lean. So if you thin your initial application of paint with solvent, and you lean it down as much as you can, and then progressive paints that go over top of that and mix into it are a little bit fatter, which is to say just with less solvent in them. By the time you get to the point that you're using paint right out of the tube at its fattiest, you're pretty much done. And you don't need to go any fattier than that. You don't need to add any linseed oil. You can. You certainly can. It's just, for the most part, unnecessary. Alright, that's going to look nice when I can come in and punch up the red a little bit more. But I'm not going to delay any more. Well, I'm going to delay a little bit more. I'm going to delay a tiny little bit more, because I do need to get up and take a quick bio break before we do the storm report. But I'll tell you what, I'll make it fast. We should start a donation for those of you who are annoyed with my bio break, to buy Thunderhead one of those sweet office chairs that are just rigged right into the septic system. Right? How comfortable would everyone be knowing that that's what I was doing while I was painting? I feel like that would draw viewers in. Let's go ahead and shut up our oil palette for the moment. give our brushes the quick but very, very necessary rinse and wipe off. We haven't used that many brushes tonight, which is something that I've been trying to note, something I've been trying to do. Oh yeah, have a piss jug. Right, Gear Falcon? It's the way of the road, bubs. We must be methodical if we want to keep our brushes worth using. And that means giving them a little bit of a rinse and a little bit of a wipe. Okay, so once again, we started off tonight by trying to paint a new model, and in so doing, discovering that our experiment of using lavender spike oil along with Stynel Res Primer was a bad idea. And I'm, you know, again, I'm glad we tried it, because I wasn't sure what was going to happen. And now we know. And knowing, as they say, is half the battle. And then from there, we set that model aside because I'm going to have to address that before I can put paint down on it again. So we set that Squire aside. We dug back into our original Squire and tried another experiment using the new Gamblin Radiant Oil paints, which I just got in and had not had a chance to use. And as part of that process, we punched up the non-metallic metal on this model so fucking much. Like, I feel like this looks so much better than it did. The metal just looks, oh, blah, 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 blah. This is magnificent. I love this, and it was not even particularly difficult to do. So, yeah, these are the colors we're using for non-metallic metal on 100 Kingdoms from this point on. And moving forward into other armies, we're going to try some other ones, because this was so stupid easy to do. I'm not going to sit here and say this is the greatest non-metallic metal anybody's ever done. It's amateurish at best, but it was so simple. It's indigo, radiant turquoise, and radiant white, and that's it. And just a little soft blending. And it is so punchy and so vibrant. It's bluer than the coat of the horse, and that's stupid. Now, if I want to get really fancy, I'll start mixing some warm colors into the shadows on the metal, but oh man, I really feel like the armor on the horse's face and the edges of the shield, like those two in particular, are just like kapow. I'm really happy with that. I'm really quite happy with that. This has been a wonderful experiment. Alright, so I'm going to take a short break, folks. I'm going to go hit the head, as they say, get myself some more water. I'll come right back and we'll jump right into the Storm Report and see what you fine folks have been posting. So don't go anywhere, or don't go anywhere, or you know, you could. I'm not really like in charge of you, but you know, if I come back and you're not here, I'll accept it. I will, but it won't feel great. Oh no, yeah, no, that particular STL command is not accurate right now. It's secret things. It's secret things and nobody saw it. Shh. Shh. It's okay. It's okay. It's one of those things that's secret in a very, like, fun and tongue-in-cheek way, and you'll all know what it is in less than a month. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool. I hope you will, too. I've been working on it all February. Just getting my oil tubes put away here so I don't make a mess. I'm gonna come back at this Battlemaster with some of those Radiants. I think that coming at the red cockpit, giving that a redo and coming at it with the Radiants, and then doing the lensing with the Radiants and maybe an OSL glow off the end of the PPC is gonna bring this paint job together. I had heard from a lot of people have said that the Gamblin' Radiants really are kind of amazing, and they weren't kidding. It's a really, really easy way to get a nice, bright color without desaturating it, which is so hard to do. It's so hard to do. If you're just adding titanium white, you wind up with a blah gray. That's kind of what happened up here on the cockpit. I went to Naples yellow, which has kind of been one of my favorites for highlighting red, and it's still kind of desaturated it into a almost more of an orange, which, I mean, it makes sense. But, I've got a Radiant Red. I've got a Radiant Red, and I've got a Cadmium Red, so I think we'll redo this in Cadmium and Radiant and just see what it looks like by comparison. You like that, Sumitha? Yeah, I think it's... I don't hate the color. I just want it to have just a little more punch. You know? I want it to have just a little bit more vibrancy. It's okay if it has, like, a bit of glare that's real pale like that. But the mid-tone is what I'm talking about. Like, where the Naples yellow went down I actually like, but the mid-tone across it needs to be a little bit redder. Little bit redder. I am very happy with how this guy painted up. I think this Battlemaster looks fucking phenomenal with some paint on it. Yes, the guns too, because I did a real loose non-metallic metal on them. I'm going to come back in with the Radiant Turquoise. Actually, I saved the Radiant Turquoise for doing the PPC glow here in the end. I could 3D print one of those little PPC effects and put it on the tip here and then do a... No, you know what? We'll do that on the next one. We'll do that on the next Battlemaster. I don't want to go back now, but the Radiant Greens for the lasers, because, I mean, if he's a little bit boring right now, but you're going to have some lensing effects, too, on each shoulder, and then a glow effect here at the end. And then we come around to the back, and he'll have two more lenses on his weird reverse nipple guns. That's the only place I could think to put the rear-facing MLAS on the Battlemaster. Char up them missile tubes. Ooh, that's a good idea, too. Yeah. I could use some... This is... In this case, because I've gone with such a single tone for the whole thing, the opportunity to add in color is going to be in adding dirt down here on the legs and then adding char here on the missile launcher, and that'll just give the whole thing a little bit more interest. But the overall paint job was so simple to do that I'm very comfortable devoting time to doing the little details. Because the rest of this was like, once I figured out the colors I wanted to use, this was like an hour's work, really. Oh, yours? I've got a different one, but I'd love to use yours, Vergaderung. A bit of charring on the canopy band. Why would the canopy be charred? Why would... Oh, like as if the missiles were firing past it and it's just sort of charred. Okay, I can see. Like on the strut, on the connection point. I get what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're laying down. And speaking of picking up what you're laying down, let's see what folk have been laying down in the Storm Report, shall we?
All right,
that's not a poop joke.
I'd
tell you if it was a poop joke.
Glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
I'm just taking a look at this this fellow that we started before. there isn't any significant mess. We kind of caught it before it got too bad. There's a few areas that acquired a little bit of texture that I don't really think matters. I don't know that I'll really have to do that much correction on this. It seems like I can kind of come in and almost, like I already with my fingertip can kind of rub off the little areas that got reacted with, and it seems like most of the solvent has already evaporated out. So this is actually going to be, I think, a really, really easy fix. We'll be able to paint this guy on Tuesday. No problemo. Oh my god, he still smells like, not as heavily, but it's like, the model definitely smells of lavender. It's almost too bad. It's almost too bad that it reacts with the Stynylrez, because I could be that guy. I could be that guy who shows up to conventions, and you smell him coming, but it's not like the rank stank of BO. It's like, oh, lavender. Oh, Thunderhead is coming. Oh, it smells like Thunderhead Studio in here. It's lovely. So it's kind of a shame. It's a little bit of a shame. Also, I feel like that would get cloying after a fairly short period of time. Would love to have missiles for the rest of the Dugram mechs. Shock 21, we could probably make that happen. Could you actually smell the lavender oil over the standard convention smell? It would probably just equal out. It would just smell like nothing. Oil diffusers for your bases. I put my models down and there's just like this light mist of essential oils. And my Battle Master will cure your cancer. This is my holistic lance. My trebuchet is specially formulated to get rid of your bunions. Now go away. Well, I shall taunt you as suck on time. Here we have from Mafik some Gundam memes I could find while I'm recovering. Glad to hear you are recovering. Oh no. The responsible budget is a very vigilant Zaku, an evil Bandai, with their numerous fantastic model kits. I like how I still laugh about that one that Mafik posted, the runnin' Zaku. Oh, that one's just amazing. It's cursed frames in its absolute best form. Oh, here we have from Sheza. Been having a bad couple weeks and my boyfriend cheered me up with sun-dried tomato and brie pull-apart bread. 20 out of 10, get yourself a chef. That legitimately is probably fucking amazing. Oh, you just dig your fingers in and rip out hunks of delicious brie bread. Oh no. Okay. All right. There that is. There that is. We don't need to focus on it. We don't need to focus on it. It seems absolutely amazing. Oh, here we have from Splintered Brush. Dude, Splintered Brush. Splintered Brush posting in the Storm Report? Man, am I happy to see that. Splintered Brush Studio is an incredibly talented painter. And if you don't believe me, look at this. Look at this shit. It's ridiculous. Faces are a major weak point of mine, so I am always thrilled when I see faces that are this expressive. And I mean, you know, when you break it down, it's worth noting, this face, a lot of people approach faces in a lot of different ways, and sometimes we can kind of get lost in the nature of skin tones, and well, I want to put some greens in, I want to put some purples in. There isn't that much complexity to the skin tones on display here. Like, if you delved into it and you wanted to add in a bunch of purples and craziness like that, you could probably punch it up a little bit. But the strength of this is in the shapes. Is in the shapes being presented. The fact that he has highlighted the temple. First of all, he has decided on a direction for his light to be approaching the mini and striking off of it, so that you have the highlight of the temple. He didn't just paint the whole top of the head. We have this sort of shadow slash stubble going on here. We have a very, very subtle line here for the wrinkles of the forehead. We have the eyebrowless brow, which is really quite unsettling when you look too closely at it. which is very strongly defined. That little wrinkle between the eyebrows. We have the lobes of the nose. Like, it's simple shapes. It's simple shapes. The cheekbone, the whatever this is called, this part. You all know this part. We all have one. Very carefully touch the bottom of the eyelid. There isn't even much detail to the eye. There doesn't have to be. So much of it is suggested. Heavy shadow, a little dot of a pupil in there, barely a trace of the white of the eye, and it's mostly in picking up the eyelid and the cheekbone. That's lovely. We have the lip. Like, this is beautiful. This is wonderful work. And such a gorgeous yellow. Such a gorgeous yellow you have on this Imperial Fist. It's a nice lemony yellow, which I like that. These yellows can get kind of too brown sometimes. And yours is obviously worked up from that, but it comes out to a nice, pleasant, uniform lemon. I like the bolter hole or las burn that he has inside the winged skull. I had a realization about Primaris Marine. Somebody posted a Primaris Marine to the mini painting subreddit, and it is a Primaris Marine in Gravis armor. And all that he has done... No, Grimnation, no. No, don't say that. All that he did was he just swapped the Primaris helmet for one of the original Space Marine... I think, what are they called? Firstborn? Is that what they're calling them now? He just swapped it for one of the original Space Marine helmets. You know, with the frowny face grill, which I love that thing. And it looked so badass. For the first time in well over a year, I thought to myself, I'd like to paint another Iron Snake. I would like to try my hand at doing my my Iron Snake Captain again. The one that I have with the like serpent spear in one hand and the Mastiff Hound, because I feel like coming at that again with oil paint and swapping the Primaris helmet for the frowny face grill helmet, I think that could look so badass. Zophiana, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream of Walter's Workshop. Thank you for the resub. Hitting 13 months, you absolute mensch. How you doing today, Walter's Workshop? Folks, if you're not following Walter's Workshop, the only conclusion I can draw is that you're new here. You just don't spend that much. What the fuck? Oh man, we get raided during the storm report. This happens way too much. Seriously though, to finish what I was saying, folks, go follow Walter's Workshop. He is an absolutely amazing painter, amazing guy, has an incredibly friendly, very entertaining stream. If you have enjoyed being here tonight, you will enjoy Walter's Workshop streams. Plus, he paints a lot of Conquest, which is what I've been doing. Holy moly, Monster Den minis! Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Raiders Monster Den! Yeah, we just started the Storm Report. We just started the Storm Report, so we're going to be going over some pictures that people have been sending in, kind of giving critique, comment, just sort of catching up on what the community's been doing, how we have been arting, as it were. Monster Den Minis, how was your stream? What were you working on, man? And thank you so much for the follow. So we probably right now have a lot of people in chat who don't know what the Storm Report is. So I'll just go ahead and let you know. The Storm Report is a bit that we started doing on this stream about 2 years ago when we started streaming. And it's a community art review. I am a firm believer that we are our own worst critics, and you've probably heard that phrase before and interpreted it to mean that we are harshest on ourselves. And while that is true, what I really mean to say is that we are, as artists, uniquely unqualified, in most cases, not in all, uniquely unqualified to judge our own work. You know what you had in your head when you set out to paint a mini, and when you finish, you know that it's not quite right. You know the parts that you wish were different. You know what you tried to do versus what you did, and that colors your perceptions. And I think it's important to get out there and share your work with people. because you could be developing like a style and not even know it. There could be things about what you've done that other people absolutely love and that you need to pursue. So, Zophiana, the Storm Report closes. The way that it works is while it's on, it's closed. And as soon as the Storm Report ends, we open a new one. And you are able to submit to that one for the next stream. And then when the Storm Report starts, we close it again. So from literally the end of this stream until Tuesday's stream at 8:30 Mountain Standard Time, you will have a window in there to go ahead and post to it. And it's so easy to post to, folks, if you care to share with us. You can go over to the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting !Discord or clicking... I think the button down there is still good. It might not be. Just do !Discord over in chat. That's a better option. Jump into the Discord, confirm you read the rules, head to the channel marked the Storm Report, and post a picture for us to see next time. Composite pictures are fine. I do encourage cropping so that we can see it nice and close. At C Forever, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. And yeah, Zophiana, if you feel like getting a post in right at the end of this stream, we'll be seeing it on Tuesday, and I'd really love to see your work. I'd love to see everybody's work. I think that to be an artist, you have to consume art, and you people are so kind to me. You bring all this art to me, for me to then consume. Monster and Mini celebrating 1,000 followers, painting a Break-A-Boss on Meyer Brute Trogoth. First of all, congratulations on 1,000 followers, man. That is a great feeling.
Welcome, everyone.
No, I hate Grim
to
Nation Hobby
Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
This is important. Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't. I realize I'm on the internet and I'm saying send me pictures, and the first thing that half of you thought of was, I'm going to send them a picture of my dick. Don't do it. Okay? You knew it was wrong when you thought of it. I just want to confirm. It's against TOS. Let's not. No one's genitalia isn't acceptable. Posting. Let's just... No. Stop. Seriously, though. Oh my god. Monster Den Minis, congratulations on 1,000 followers. That is such a huge milestone, and it's such a good feeling, isn't it? I hope you had a fantastic night. I hope you had a fantastic stream, and thank you again for the raid. We are looking right now, by the way, getting back to it, at... this is Splintered Brush Studios Imperial Fist. And it's just beautiful, isn't it? Look at the work on the face. Look at the work on the face. Oh my god. Bringing a historical orc war boss to life as 2 different models. Zophiana, genuinely, I would love to see that. If you stick around for just a little bit, we will be resetting the channel immediately after this stream. Get your post in and we will see it. And again, we start that at 8:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time every stream. And we stream here Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, 3 days a week. Excuse me. And honestly, this is a good example of how you can make a desaturated red work really, really well when your whole palette's kind of desaturated. Everything here is a little drab. It has that grim dark feel to it, and yet we still have some blues being worked in the... What's the name of this? Is this just a Death's Head? I feel like this has a title, the winged skull that's on the chest plate of Space Marines, but now I can't remember. It's a great face. It really is. How does this just in redeem work again? So yeah, that is another thing. If you have the channel points for it, you can redeem this just in here in the chat channel using the little clicky down there below chat, and that will give you another slot to post in any given Storm Report. Skull McWingy, yeah, thank you, Trotsky. I think I remember reading that someplace. Absolutely. That's probably it. That's definitely it. Holy crap! I'm really glad to see Splintered Brush Studios posting here, because I'm a huge fan of Splinter Brush's work. It's inspirational. It's not my style, but it's so technically adept. And the brush control on display here is disgusting. I want you to take a second. I think each and every one of you here in chat knows how big these Space Marine models are. Most of us who paint minis have... maybe we haven't held a Trogoth in our hands. Maybe we haven't, held an Infinity model in our hands. But almost each and every one of us have held a Space Marine. Look at the scratches on the shoulder pad. Just look at that. Just right there. You know, Grim Nation, you're right. You're right. I'm assuming this isn't a 150mm model, but I don't think it is. I don't think it is. If I'm wrong, please, I will issue a correction, or I probably won't, because I doubt anyone will care. But, you know, I'm pretty sure this is, yeah, a regular figure, and I want you to, like, really just look at those scratches. And these edges. This is... Ooh. Just... Wow. It's lovely. It's just lovely, Splintered Brush, and thank you for sharing. And speaking of just lovely, oh no, what are you doing? 2 orcs painted on stream Thursday night, still no Luke's APS in my mailbox, so these guys will be unfinished for a bit. Did print out some custom nameplates for the bases, have to get those painted up as well. I'm so uncomfortable with the flesh color. Like, this is fine. This is like veering into human skin tone, but there's still a definitive green to it. Like, yeah, okay. Alright. This is maybe like a more realistic green skin, but this orc is still a green skin. I'm very uncomfortable with this. This looks like a mutated human, and I hate it. It's setting off the, yeah, kind of Hulk-esque, yeah, with the green. If you gave him a purple loincloth, it would be very Hulk-esque. I would see it then. It's good. Here's the thing, it's objectively good. It just makes me uncomfortable. It is quite the dance that he's engaged in, though. I get the impression that these orcs are busting out like a haka, or something to that effect. You know? All my orcs from now on, just as my damn... There's a lot of spite going around right now. Oh no. Oh no. Objectively good paint jobs. And I am made very, very uncomfortable by one of them. It sets off the body horror aspect, the deep-seated body horror fear in my mind. Yeah, they're cool models, and I'm very interested to see how you're going to wind up finishing them. Wide and deep. Here we have from Rockin' Robin Workshop, and I am so glad to see Robin getting back to work. Glad to hear that you are pulling yourself out of the doldrums of burnout, my friend. That is the worst place to be. Been a bit, but I finally got back to painting. Did this for one of the guys who's playing AOS in the colors that he wanted, and used the mirror paint for the mirror with a Keeper of Secrets arm coming out. The base is not done, so he can match it to his army. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's pretty neat, actually. I like that. That's slick. That's clever. That's creative. That's fun. Really good use of wonderfully bright colors. I always like Robin's work. It's always so highly contrasting. He has, again, a very unique style to him. It's all kind of cartoonish. And it always works because he's usually painting really, really over-the-top characters, and this is no different. Jesus, talk about over-the-top. Holy moly. I don't know how much of this is the original model. I'm going to assume that all this is the original model with the mirror, and then like you said, Keeper of Secrets arm, this has been added, reaching out of it. You do like bright colors. You use them well. You have very, very strong palettes to all of your work, Robin. That's neat. I dig this. This is a model I kind of want to see, you know, when they do those little turntable videos? If you're interested in doing one of those, Robin, if you've ever had any interest in doing a turntable video before you move this one on to its final owner, this would be a good candidate. Because I kind of want to see the dimensions of it with the arm and how the mirror paint looks as you move the light source around. That would be amazing if you felt like doing that. Lovely. Just lovely. And I'm so glad to hear that you're back to painting, man. I hope that it was a productive rest. Here we have from the Cookie Mama. So this is my most recent piece. It's a blue dude, done in Krita, all mouse. You did this with a mouse? The fact that it has a recognizable face and you did it with a mouse... This is a... I have to ask Cookie Mama. I'm impressed. Again, this being with a mouse. I've tried to draw with a mouse before. why? That's my only question, is why? Just as an exercise? What am I thinking of when I look at this? Am I just thinking of, like, what was her name? What was the little girl in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory who chewed the blueberry gum and turned into a blueberry? Maybe that's a bit too on the nose. That's just the vibe I'm getting. Yeah, like, the face is actually really good. The blends in it are very, very nice. Violet, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, good times. No, yeah, it's Violet Beauregard, because Veruca Salt was the I Want It Now song, who, she was a bad egg, remember? You're turning violet, Violet! Yeah, thank you. Thank you, level of detail. Of course, there's dialogue that is indicative of the names. Started on Inkscape and got used to the mouse, so I've tried tablets, but always forget to pull it out. Our pen's not charged, etc., etc. I can sympathize with that. I've been trying to make it easier to use my tablet so that I'm reminded to actually use it more. But, I mean, honestly, for working with a mouse, this is interesting. Very, very interesting. Nicely done, Cookie Mama. Really, the face is surprisingly good. Alright, here we have From Gear Falcon finished another Death Core of Krieg. Okay, this is looking pretty good. Your style on these guys is evolving. The work that you've done here with the gold and the sort of blue NMM on the sword, this is lovely. This could either be non-metallic metal, or because it's so vibrant and blue, I would also buy that this is more of this is a power sword, right? So I'm getting like coruscating energy sizzling up and down the blade. Definitely reads that way. Love the green and the sort of copper that we have on the plasma pistol over there. The blue of the coat continues to be excellent. This is just a refinement of what you've already done with a couple extra features, and I have to say, I love every bit of it. Really, really nicely done. Bitterbrush wants Conquest orcs. Oh, you mean Raptorks? You're talking about Raptorks, aren't you? You're talking about the Wahadrun, as they are known. You're talking about the South American orcs who literally ride raptors and fucking T-Rex into battle. One of the coolest factions in any war game. They're really neat. And of course, they're like the one. There's this game, and it's like, we have biomantic elves with bone constructs. We have undead Roman legions. We have orcs riding dinosaurs. And I'm like, I've got peasant militia, and they've got spears. What's wrong with me? Baji Martin 007. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Put it on a sturdy tablet arm. I have so many fucking swing arms in my office right now, Vergaderung. I have plundered this small space and utilized almost every aspect of it to its maximum possible degree. If I put one more swing arm in here. I swear to God. Ready for the attack of the clones. I mean, they're going to be your clones, though, Walter's Workshop. You play Spirals, for God's sake. You're going to get the attack of the fucking... They can't think of anything funny to say. But they're peasants. Attack of the drones! No, that doesn't work. That's still Spire. There's nothing better than taking a pitchfork to the monsters of the world. Bitterbrush knows what I'm talking about. It's my fundamental problem with the Age of Sigmar Storm Chads is, if the basic human that I can play as in your fantasy world is 8 feet tall and shoots lightning bolts out of his codpiece, I feel like big demons aren't really that impressive or interesting in that case, because the weakest creature, I mean, relatively, I guess you can still play as like goblins if you hate yourself, but you know, you gotta have something. I have to have someone in the universe that I can be like, that's my analog, that's who I would be. And as I feel a relatively honest person when I look at a fantasy universe, I look at toothless peasants with spears and I go, that's probably me. Like, if I'm being honest, that's probably me. I want to be the noble lord, you know, with the lance of power and the resplendent horse with the gilded barding, but, you know, my car is 10 years old. That's like, I ain't got no war horse with gilded barding. Do it, Bitterbrush. Do it. Get yourself some Raptorks. And I'll tell you one other thing we need to do. We need to have a shout out for Bitterbrush. Because I gotta tell you something, chat. I like this guy. He's got a good stream. I like the cut of his jib. I think you will too. You should drop this man a follow. You should check out his next stream. It is always a pleasant place to be. Really, really nice work, Gear Falcon. It's coming together. If you're going for non-metallic metal, it is for me like right at the midpoint where I think if you push the whites a little bit further, it would read more as energy, or if you went with a wild color like green, it would read more as energy. But I buy this as non-metallic metal. I would try to blend the white out a little bit more, but honestly, from average viewing distance, this looks perfect. It looks really, really nice. Alright, coming down we have from Lore Friendly. Just needed to let the paint finish drying, drop a layer of varnish, get the flock on. Didn't quite reach my goal of finishing before the end of the month, most likely, but for how little time I had available, I'm happy with the results. That's important. We should always be happy with our results. Even if they're not what we wanted, it usually means we learned something. Plus, it means the rest of the army should move forward pretty fast once I start batch painting, which is good. Man, the basing helps. Just the simple basing really, really helps. I think it was a little... White is always a little confusing without something to put next to it. White is like, as a color, it's like plain spaghetti. You know? It's like just a piece of bread with no butter on it. It's it's the macaroni without the cheese. It ultimately is gonna taste like whatever you put on it. And white by itself is a little like, until you do something with it. You put some colors next to it. And that red certainly helped. But getting that kind of just ruddy dirt under it to echo the red. And I think that the red is honestly a really good choice. And we're going to be doing some flocking, obviously, so some little bits of green in here to add that one little extra punch of color is going to be nice. But the fact that our under dirt is red kind of creates a nice balance with the red appearing elsewhere on the model. Insert tortured proverbially. Damn it, you knew what I meant. Alright, really nice work, Lore Friendly, and yeah, that's going to be a good-looking army, dude. Striking on the tabletop. Here we have from Nanotanks, finished the Troll Slayer, and the blocker is mostly done. Gloves still to go. Ooh. I can see that you did some more work on the red hair. And it was absolutely worth it, because it's all about getting that impression of the sheen on hair. Hair is tricky to paint. It really is. It seems like it would be relatively simple because it's so textured, but the shading on it and it's the sheen, because hair is naturally just like a little bit oily and a little bit shiny. It's an effect similar to non-metallic metal, and it requires you to kind of think about it similarly to do it like really, really well. It's easy to just, you know, throw down a wash and call it a day, but this is nice. It definitely needs some layers to it. I like this guy's beard, by the way. Oh my god, it's like it goes all the way back like underneath his jaw. This dude has a beard growing from the entirety of the surface under his chin. And all the way up to his mouth, and then all the way up his cheeks. That right there. That is a dwarf's dwarf. I'm really liking the kind of muted metallic. Or, yeah, it's metallic. He's got like big metal boots on. That's really effective. Good choice of color palette overall, by the way. Very, very striking. And again, a nice balance with the green on the gloves and pants, and then coming back in on the base. Sure, it's not all the way up to his eyes. I guess I can't prove it because he's wearing a helmet that covers. Oh, here we have from Mag, Notorious Maximus, our very own Cyber Knight, also known as Metal Core Collectibles. Somebody go ahead and do an exclamation point Metal Core in chat. Let's get a link over to Metal Core Collectibles. I'll drop this here before I retire to the shop for some printer maintenance. So for a while, I was just printing. Metal ore is something else entirely. Something else entirely, Sumatha. Come on. So for a while I was just painting enough for shop picks, but now that all the that's Operation Lancaster designs are done, I've been wanting to bulk up the number of painted minis I have, make it easier to show off more variants and the like. Also means I can get a bit more inventive with the posing, having mostly done pretty generic poses so far. So here's a hammerhead mid-run. Overall I'm happy with it, but I'm already seeing things that could be improved. This is the maker's curse. This is the maker's curse, Cybran. Let it go for a little while and be pleased with what you've done. File it away in the brain box, you madman. In particular, I'm not getting a sense of speed I was hoping for. Next time I'll try to have the ground foot place more behind the pelvis, make it really look like it's about to push off with it. Oh, okay, I could see that. I try and see if I can get some green stuff, milliput, or print a little bit of trailing dirt / dust type effect for the raised foot when I do a real base for this. Using the old hammerhead base, magnets. Oh, yeah, the magnets. Really try to follow, I'll try to really rough up the ground around the foot to help portray more energy into the footfall. Let's have a look here. So I want to make one suggestion, and consider this. Consider this. Don't necessarily do it, just consider it. I put a lot of time and effort into posing an AT-ST when they first released for Star Wars Legion, and one of the things that I really noticed about it that kind of gave it a good sense of motion was, and you know, take this with a grain of salt, because the AT-ST has kind of a unique movement profile, but it has similarly reverse jointed legs, is that when it was stepping forward, the pelvis would tilt so that the foot would lift up. So you want to tilt the pelvis into the foot that's on the ground, and then have the toes kind of just barely clearing and starting to almost kind of drag, like it's just pulling its foot forward, and then it's going to flop it out like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. It just gives it a very unique mechanical gait. I think that the lean is important, though. You want the pelvis to lean towards the leg that's on the ground. You want to sort of strengthen that joint out so it's a little firmer. And then you want the torso to be more level with the ground. Like it's, you know, like the pelvis is moving with the legs, and then the torso is moving independent of the pelvis to stay level. It's a very natural gait. This is what I would do, but this is just because I like my battle mechs to sort of have biomimicry to them, to have a very, very natural movement profile. Looks like it's stepping up like it's marching, not running or walking so much because of the hip position. Yeah, it looks kind of like it's stepping on the ground. Just feet up and down straight. Another thing I recommend with chicken walker designs, angle the legs so they're pointed a little bit inward, feet a little closer to the center line of the mech compared to a standing pose. Yes, yeah, so angle the legs a little bit in so that, because if you think about it, you place your feet in front of one another kind of closer in than they actually, if you stand in place, your feet go wide and you brace yourself into kind of an A-frame. If you're walking forward, your feet naturally tend toward the center line of your body. You have some forward lean. Yeah, I can see the forward lean in the pelvis. Now it looks good. But I think if you tilt the legs inward and tilt the pelvis off to one side and then have the torso leveling out, it's going to give it this whole very, very natural. Yeah, do a sassy walk. There you go. Have it doing a sassy walk. Be like, shut up, baby, I know it. So one of the things I do in my office when I'm posing anything, and this is obviously more difficult when it comes to doing things that don't have human joints like this, but when it comes to posing like battle mechs or anything like that, or minis, and I recommend this. If you don't have like a little posing model that a lot of sculptors and artists do, just stand up and start posing. Think about the pose you want something to be in and kind of put yourself in it and feel what's wrong and balance yourself and get so that you're stable, and then think about what you're doing. Really think about, like, okay, where is my hip joint? Where is my foot? How is my foot angled? Little things like that make a huge difference in how we read natural movement. And again, this might not really apply as much to the hammerhead because it doesn't have a perfectly human form, obviously, but it's something to consider. And I would look at the AT-ST because it has, like I said, very, very similar. I'm wishing I'd taken my Storm Report pics from a different angle because the pelvis is tilted. Ooh, I'm excited to see your tilted pelvis. I mean, altogether, still, damn nice work. Now, the good news is that it's really not very difficult for you to get more parts to try another pose, is it? Is it? No, not very difficult at all. Such a cool mech. Such a damn cool mech. Alright, let's keep going, shall we? Here we have from Merlin Models, nearly done with the prop, just gotta do washes all over and highlights on the wood. I found my regimental brooch, which is the Tanith one with the 3 daggers. Tanith, first and only. There's a camo cloak on the way, fingers crossed it arrives before I need it this weekend. I've got the armor, I'm good to go. So, I've discovered that specifically Merlin Models is going to be cosplaying as Colonel Colm Corbic of the Tanith First and Only. And it's just so perfect, because I don't know if you guys have if you haven't been into Merlin Model stream, first of all, you should if you get a chance, particularly if you're UK based, he'll be in your time zone. But the dude has glorious long hair and a great big bushy beard. And it's perfect. It's perfect. And as soon as I realized what he was doing, I was like, ooh, I wanna cosplay as Elijah Koo and just like sneak around behind him with a knife and then probably get kicked out of the convention. I love Gaunt's Ghosts. Folks, if you're new to, for whatever reason, if you haven't read a lot of 40k literature, most of it is worth skipping. I'm just going to say right now, most of it is worth skipping. But for the love of God, check out Gaunt's Ghost by Dan Abnett. Read if you read nothing else, read Eisenhorn and Ravener by Dan Abnett, read Gaunt's Ghost by Dan Abnett, and read Keophas Cain by Sandy Mitchell. That was Sandy Mitchell, right? Yeah, that's Sandy Mitchell. Read those. Skip everything else. Fuck the Horus Heresy. Nobody gives a shit about the Horus Heresy. Read Keophas Cain. It's amazing. I'm being very, very liberal in applying that phrase. Datron Voltari. Auto Racing, welcome in. This is nice, though. I continue to really like the wood grain. The use of the just, you know, we got the Nal wood up here and the Nal wood stock and everything. It's all so expressive. And you really did kind of go all out getting the proportions just like they are on the Mini, which results in such a big old weapon. And the swappable hotshot barrel, lovely. Excellent work, Merlin. I can't wait to see this cosplay all together, because again, Merlin has the look. Voxel Forge, is that confirmed that it's Cephas? Because I've heard it both ways, and personally I like Keophas Cain. Because that has that nice alliteration to it. Keophas Cain, Keophas Cain. Wait, which one's ADB? What does that stand for? Which author is that? It's not Dan Abnett, so obviously it's fucking wrong. But I'm drawing a blank. Aaron Dembski Bowden. What has he written? Now, okay, bear in mind, I haven't read a new Black Library book since it was not far into the Horus Heresy. I gave the fuck up on that. Okay, no. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I've read First Heretic and I've read the Night Lord series. I didn't remember the name of the author. Yeah, no, that's good shit. Fair enough. Fair enough, but no Dan Abnett. No Dan Abnett. Abnett is a fucking phenomenal pulp writer. He's just so good at what he does. Here we have from Sam Mini, and he is almost done. Little bit of blending to do, but almost. Nope. Still in acrylics. You sick son of a... I would struggle to do this in oils. And he's just like, oh, let me paint some amazing things in acrylics real quick. Oh, he's almost done, and he looks better than anything you'll do this year. My name's Sam Mini. That's exactly what he sounds like. If you've been in his stream, you know. He's basically like a kind of a like a Mickey Mouse type. He's not. He has a very pleasant accent and an incredibly affable way about him. Sam Mini is actually he's got a great strain. He's an old-timey prospect. He's old Sam Chiggins. The old prospector painting minis. Oh, this is great. This just popped up this wonderful mental image. Oh, hey Sam Mini, how you doing? Thank you for getting that shout out. Guys, really, if you're not following Sam Mini, go follow him, because he's a great guy. He's very, very friendly. He's really energetic when he paints, which is something that I think more painters need to pick up on. And I aspire to paint like this. I was going to tell you right now, Sam Mini, I aspire to paint specifically with your creative use of color. It's little things, the purple here, the green here, the way that we have blue coming into green, and then we've got some browns and some yellows in here, the subtle variations we have through the beard. It's little things like this that really bring work like this together, and I don't yet have the instinct for it. I don't really have the training for it, but it's something that I admire, and I, bit by bit, try to implement into my own work. And, guys, go follow Sam Mini. Honestly, he does absolutely incredible shit, and all in acrylics. Really, oh, I really love this shoulder pad. It just reads so well, so naturally. Fantastic, fantastic work, Sam Mini. Oh, man. Alright, what do we got? 1,000 Young, one of my latest mini sculpts, the Herald of War. That's a big fucking horse. That is a big old horse that he's riding. Look at this. Look at this beast. And he's got big old shaggy socks on him too. That's actually a really good looking horse. I like that. It is a hard seat. I fucking told you. I was right, wasn't I, VoxelForge? It's okay. You can go ahead and just take your fingers and you just type into chat real quick. Just type Thunderhead was right, and you just go ahead and hit enter, and all is forgotten. All is forgotten. All is forgiven. It's no problem. Just go ahead and just give it a little tippy tap, a little tap 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 tap, and then you just hit that enter key, and it'll be okay. It'll be fine. It'll feel good. Really, I think getting that off your chest, you know. My world has changed too. Oh, I love the work that you've done on the fabric here. It has a very natural sort of twist to it. I'd love to see this from another angle, for that matter. Really, really digging this. I'm trying to get in here and see the helm. Now, is this a visor, or it looks more like he has just one of those single bars coming down, and then maybe a single crossbar and an exposed face. And then he has this kind of like 15th century pseudo-gothic placard breastplate going on here, and then we got some more of that kind of gothic work going down his armor. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely with the way that there are these little ripples in the fold here. It's a sallet. Okay. Okay, now I see it. Yeah, particularly with this little cut-in right here, and then we have a visor. He just looked a little bit from this angle like he might have, like how the old Polish-style helms had the single, you know, armored bar going down. I'm the best viewer. No, you can't. What? You can't. That's not forcing a compliment. You can't choose forced compliment and just say I'm the best viewer. You can say forced compliment and like compliment me, in which case I'd say VoxelForge is an incredibly talented sculptor with an interesting eye for detail and a talent for interesting proportions. Is that true? Yeah, I guess it is. No, your proportions are pretty well spot on, actually. And that's a tricky thing to do, particularly with a lot of the kind of like muscular forms that you've done. It's really easy to get the body proportions off. This is really nice. 1,000 Young miniatures. I'm gonna have to look at some more of your stuff, 1,000 Young. 1,000 Young, if you have a link to more of your stuff, what would be a good channel to post that in on the Discord? You just post it in general, honestly. I'd love to take a look. I'm gradually getting into doing more and more mini sculpting myself, so yeah. Yeah, post up your Instagram. Please do. I'd love for people to see it, and I'd love to follow it myself. Here I have from Datron Voltari, not mine, but it seems someone found a way to avoid scheduling conflicts for D&D. Memorandum for records. Subject, redacted Dungeons & Dragons campaign. This memo serves, this memo serves to record the designated members of the redacted Dungeons & Dragons campaign. Heretofore, known as the Kraken campaign, with 2 Ks no less. 2. In January, Redacted, several soldiers within the Redacted volunteered to begin a Dungeons & Dragons campaign. Those soldiers are Staff Sergeant Redacted, Captain Redacted, Sergeant Redacted, Sergeant Redacted, and Staff Sergeant Redacted. 3. The Kraken campaign is open to other members, inasmuch as they complete character development on or before 1200 on 26 February. 4. The Kraken campaign will begin at 1200 on 26 February. 5. Excuses are no longer valid except for true emergencies. 6. The point of contact for this memorandum is Captain Redacted, at Redacted, or at Redacted. Signed by a captain and apparently a company commander. That's, you know, it reads enough like any goddamn piece of shit memorandum that you might not even bother reading it if it didn't directly interest you. Oh, lovely. Just lovely. Here we have from Automat Americana. I'm reserving final judgment ever so slightly in case I decide to do a bit more detailing or something just looks off, but I think she's done. It's a Marauder Mad 5L done in a style meant to be a cross between the Re-Scene and the MechWarrior Online art styles. I've done it with 2 sets of legs, one running, one standing still, and choice of weapon. The top-mounted PPC is cannon. No, it's a cannon. It's a cannon, because it's a particle pulse cannon. Particle projector cannon? That's not funny. I should have spent a few more seconds to work that into an actual joke, but I don't know. Maybe I'm tired. Maybe I'm depressed. Who knows? But I have a custom version built out with a Gauss rifle too, so yeah, meant to be painted in 3 parts and assembled for both posing. And if one wants to paint it in sub-assembly, which I would because there's some tight spaces in those shoulder pads, the PPC is my own this time and was built specifically for this model, though I expect I'll use it in others. Is it... For some reason, I can't remember now. Is it particle pulse cannon or particle projector cannon? I think it's particle projector cannon, isn't it? PPC? I mean, it doesn't matter because it's made up. Particle projector cannon. Okay, thank you, Sumatha. I have those brain farts periodically. He looks like... It looks like he's doing the monster mash. I like it. He could definitely... It's... You got... I can see, yeah, what you mean. You got the tilt. He just needs to be, like, leaning forward into it. As it is, he looks like maybe he's getting ready to start, like, to step on somebody who's ahead of him. The design is damn solid. I like the way you've worked the large cannon kind of down into the torso a little bit and really leaned on those bird legs. Yeah, if it's running, it needs the left leg. Yeah, it needs to look like the torso is moving and the legs are just kind of coming along with it. Now, it's tricky, because, let's see, like, think. If you're... Yeah, the leg that is planted on the ground needs to be much further back, so you want it to look like if it didn't have the other leg forward, it would just fall onto its face. Because that's kind of what running is throwing yourself forward in such a way that you would fall on your goddamn face, except you catch yourself with a leg instead. So I think that just leaning him forward ever so much more, and maybe even tilting his torso forward into it, would kind of sell that motion. But the model is lovely, and at this point, all you have left to do is the pose tweaking, which is always a good feeling. And yeah, definitely, particularly after you've just finished the modeling itself, give yourself a break. Take a breather, come back to it, and then let the creativity flow. Because man, you've been working hard on it. You need a little bit of break for your brain to really utilize what you've made. Here we have from... Oh my god, why is the name so dark? Oh, that's Whirlin97. Was trying to do this both as positive and negative. Got inspired by the picture a few weeks ago. Gonna be doing a series of Battle Masters based in black, then gently washed in metallic colors, adding in just a bit of highlight. Oh, hang on. I'll go back, Sumatha. I do like that Battle Master. I just like how curvy the Battle Master is. I don't know, like... I feel like the Battle Master gets a lot of shit for the bubble cockpit. Every single time the conversation on it comes up, it's always, "Ooh, there's a big target. Shoot here to kill pilot." And I just think to myself, like, that's like saying human beings are dumb because, you know, just shoot them in the head. And it's like, you think people don't try to do that? Shooting people in the head is hard to do. It's not reliable. You're very likely to miss because it's a small target. And in most directions, there's, you know, air if you miss. You aim center mass because you're going to hit more often. And because, frankly, you're going to do probably more damage for the most part. If there's any vulnerable point on the Battlemaster, I would say it's like the knee, not the head. Particularly if you're firing man-portable weapon systems from the ground, aiming upward at the bubble cockpit, you're going to hit it in the chest. You're not going to hit it in the damn cockpit. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Sumitha. The Battlemaster gets shit for the bubble cockpit. The Mad Cat gets uplifted to deity-like status despite having a much worse, more vulnerable cockpit. It's crazy. Oh, a little higher than center mass. You know, fair enough. Fair enough. It's a big head. But, like, again, if it's going to have a vulnerable point, if any of these mechs have a truly vulnerable point, guys, it's going to be the knee. A big machine like that on a narrow, little, complex, multi-direction armature? You have any fucking idea how delicate that would have to be to function? Yeah, or the hip. The knee or the hip. Take your pick. The ankle. Hit it in the ankle. Take away its ability to balance. Shoot it in the dick. These are all great, great solutions. These are all much better answers than shooting it in the head. All of this is me just being angry on behalf of the Battlemaster. It is a fine mech, and the bubble cockpit looks fucking awesome. And I'm glad that this one that I designed has a giant bubble cockpit on it. You can take that, bubble cockpit haters. That's what you get. That's why we need more gun tank. I mean, everybody needs more gun tank. Gun tanks are just awesome. They're like the last act of Robot Jocks, except, you know, actually badass. Wait, what comment am I looking at? I thought that there was a thread here. Oh, in chat. Oh, okay. Wait, yours? That was relevant to the previous post. We taught our army units commander about D&D and started setting up a campaign. After a few scheduled conflicts, she realized she can just order us to show up. Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. That does... Yeah, no, that is better. After a few people didn't show up, she realized that she could just fucking punish you if you don't. You're getting corrective training. Your corrective training is you have to play a gnome and a bard. Here we have from White Wolf. Tridents flipped over again, and we're more or less in the home stretch with regards to wiring. Now zip ties are getting involved and things are being plugged into the board. Woo! It won't get powered up this weekend due to a variety of things, but those particular parts will be on the way early this week, which gives me time to let the magnet and heater set for 24 hours on each end of the bed. Oh, much science. So electric. Oh. Meanwhile, I'm over here like, I got a bum fan on the motherboard for my second Neptune, and I'm like way too lazy to crack it open and replace it. I'm just gonna send, White Wolf, I'm just gonna send my electronics to you, man. I'm like, here, I need a fan swapped. It's super easy, but I just can't be asked. Very cool. Yeah, I'm sorry. Desert Owl. I was just talking about the bubble cockpit, and I didn't even mention what you were actually working on, so sorry about that. Based in black and gently washed in metallic colors, adding in a little bit of highlight. So we got negative images here, but this is our silver. It's fairly effective, really. You get some, I mean, by doing it this way, you maintain some kind of nice deep shadows down here at the bottom of the knee, back of the shoulder, underside of the thigh here. I like the kind of soft lavender color that you have for the bubble cockpit itself. This is pretty neat. I wonder... I want closer pictures. I want closer pictures. Desert Owl, would you take these three as large as you have them and post them over to either Showcase or Work in Progress, whichever one you feel is most appropriate, whichever one you're most comfortable with. I'd like to see them just larger and more up close so I can get more of a feel for the surface and how the details are coming out. Because it looks really, really nice. And I'd like to know how much of it is light playing off the metallic surface and how much of it is shading that was left over from the process. Because the process sounds interesting. A closer look. A closer look would give me a more informed opinion. Please do, Desert Owl, because it is definitely shiny. And the shadows are nice and deep, which is often something that metallic paint jobs lose. So I want to give it a little closer glance. Here we have from Sumitha, Operation Lancaster Thunderhead Studio exclusive preview. After encountering an animated video for a franchise called Wings of Fire made by an artist who goes by Pyralis, I was so inspired I wound up making a sort of promotional video for Operation Lancaster. If you've seen it, you know what I'm on about. If you haven't, well, it's available for viewing in a couple of months, shortly before Operation Lancaster becomes available for download. Don't worry. That's good. I was worried until you said that. I'm not posting that video here tonight. No, what I'm posting tonight is something else that came to be because of my interactions with Pyralis, and noticing her exceptional ability to capture color and light, and, well, she's pretty damn good at drawing dragons. So, while I hadn't intended to commission any more art for this project, I commissioned her for one final addition to Operation Lancaster as a thank you to her for inspiring me, even if she didn't know me when she did it. Now, this is still very much a work in progress, but it's far along enough, that both work, that I think you can pretty clearly see what's going on here. She's still working out the mech and the pilot, and it should be emphasized that this is a preliminary color test, and much of it is still in sketch form, but the non-human character is clear enough if I figure it's worth sharing, though he will have a pattern of black and red added to him, as is good and proper. Assuming that this turns out as well as I suspect it will, her work is pretty damn good. This piece will most likely be a bookend art piece for Operation Lancaster. I think you'll agree. It seems only fitting. Pretty sure Thunderhead won't have any trouble guessing who is in the picture, even if he doesn't remember names. Plan is to have various dragons down in the valley with a pair of arrow fighters flying overhead. After all, such is life. On Akala 3. Yeah. Honestly, I'm gonna when Operation Lancaster releases, or even before that, I'm gonna go back and dig into some of those short stories again. We talked about each of them, and there's definitely a couple of them in there that don't speak much to me, but there are some pretty solid stories in Operation Lancaster. Oh, he's a cute Durgan. He's a cute Dagron. Look at him. I like his horns. I like the little sort of curve back, layered horn growth style dragon. And he's got a frilly tail on him too. Well, it's just adorable. I could see that. She has a great naturalistic art style. I'm really pretty impressed at the and again, this is preliminary, but I'm pretty impressed at the background here. It's very evocative. Sort of extreme landscape and interesting color palette going on here. A dragon chilling on a mech. I gotta say, I feel like people get into Battletech and just like lose their imaginations. Like they forget that Battletech is supposed to be set in it's the same thing that happens in 40K. Like the designers open the door to this universe and they go, humans have settled hundreds to thousands of different planets. And they're all crazy and they're all different. And they've been living in these cultures on completely different worlds for hundreds to thousands of years. Let your imagination go wild. And people go, well, everything's gonna look like dirt and boxes and just like it does on Earth. And why? Why do you do this?
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
Why do you do this? Why does every single planet in the Imperium have the same boring ass Gothic architecture? Admittedly, it wasn't boring the first time we saw it, but it's been like 20 years. It's boring now. Why does every planet in Battletech have to be just an arid, fucking basic yellow desert? with ramshackle huts in it. Stop it. You're in an amazing fantasy universe. Go a little crazy. My dirt box might not be unique, but it's home. In 40k, at least they have the excuse that the Imperium is a repressive asshole society that hates nonconformity. Having an excuse? I don't think that makes it better. Like, you know... Put it this way. Having an excuse doesn't make it any more interesting, Amish Stig. I think that the fact that the Imperium uses standard template construction technology is actually a better excuse. But even that is still boring. I like things to be grounded, personally, too alien, and I don't believe humans could live there. And, you know, if it's a matter of taste, Automat, I understand that, and there's going to be a certain amount of that, but my problem... I say my problem. I don't think that's an accurate characterization. It's just I yearn for more. If it is a deliberate personal choice, that's one thing. I think a lot of people just don't think of it, though. And I wish that more artists would indulge their creative side in creating wild vistas and interesting landscapes within these universes. Look at, like, Vergaderung's really fucking awesome Hex Battletech table that he made, using the Hextech hills and fluid works and then his rivers and his trees. It is an alien world. It is an exoplanet, and it is exciting as hell and interesting. It's fun to look at. It's fun to imagine being there. I can only imagine myself being in a desert so many times. You know, that's it. But, you know, I understand, and aesthetics and personal choice being what they are, it's never the wrong choice. I just wish there were more, you know? Doesn't make it anything resembling interesting, I agree, just noting that it's slightly more understandable in 40k than in Battletech. 40k is also the one that talks about there being uncounted trillions of humans on millions of worlds, and as soon as you throw the combination of words millions of worlds into the fray, there's no fucking excuse. Like, millions? Millions. Could we have, like, some Asian inspired architecture that has, like, a imperial fusion flair to it? You know, maybe just a little bit. Oh, you fucking pedantry, Kursala. Here we have from White Wolf, set up Sunday, Toolheads done edition. Wait, what do you call me? Had to post it here. ABBN just looks so... Abin. Just looks so nice with all the wiring tidied up and the cover on it. Does your printer have sparkly bits? Ooh. That was... It felt appropriate. It felt appropriate for the sound. I mean, I regret doing it now. But, you know, that's what happens when you riff sometimes. Here we are. And yeah, I just giggled like a little girl. I mean... We all heard it, we all saw it, and now we have to move forward together with it. So let's just own it. All right, people, keep a stiff upper lip. That's the phrase. That's the one I'm looking for. And no, it doesn't. Sparkly bits. Just being such a equipment flaunting such and such. White Wolf. Brett Watson, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to the land of glittery 3D printers. Unfortunately, though, that will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report and the end of tonight's stream. Let's figure out who we're raiding. We gotta raid somebody here. I'm sure we got some art going on. Let me get that started, and we will do our quick wrap up, folks. Who is doing what out there in the Twitchverse? We are at 1930 followers. 70 followers more. We'll be hitting 2K, and we'll be doing our oil-painted Star Wars Legion Darth Vader giveaway. Any folks out there who play Star Wars Legion, if you want what is, in my opinion, a pretty snazzy Vader. Both the commander option and the operative option. We'll be giving some of those away. Oh, let's see. Who's doing what? Everybody and their fucking cousin is playing Elden Ring. Goblin Welder's playing Darkest Dungeon. Teal Securi is going. Skellabee is doing what? Skellabee's painting some terrain. We've rated Teal Securi more recently than we've rated Skellabee. Let me see. Let me see what Teals is up to. He just got started. Yeah, he's doing some building. He's doing some building. What do you think? What do you think, folks? Yeah, Darth Rosie. If you want to see pictures of them, you can check out my Instagram. I've got pictures of both of them. They're the ones with the OSL glow off the lightsaber. We're also going to be painting, as part of that celebration, another Vader. I have the Star Wars Celebration Limited Edition Vader. It's so cool. It's so cool. We're going to be painting this. I also have the Limited Edition Luke. We're going to be doing both of those in oils. It's going to be nice. Yeah, let's rate Skellabee. I agree. We've rated Teals more recently than we've rated her, so let's go ahead and make that happen. And folks, if you haven't been in Skellabee's stream before, she's really cool. She's really nice. She's really enthusiastic. Has great energy, great community, very friendly, new to the hobby, learning fast, and doing a pretty damn good job at it. So, you know, make a little bit of noise over there. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. We're going to be back. Tuesday the 1st, we are going to be continuing our work on our mounted squires. Hopefully the other one that I kind of fucked up tonight, he'll be ready to go by then. Thursday the 3rd, we're going to be doing some Battletech vehicles, specifically some Rainy River Designs tanks that we got from our very own Kursala. We're going to be painting them in some Rainy River Designs acrylics, and it's going to be arguably a little bit embarrassing because I haven't done acrylics for a little while, and I feel like I'm just gonna, I don't know. We're gonna find out if I've ruined my like muscle memory or not. I've been doing oils pretty much straight for a while now, but we got some new acrylics from Rainy River, and I am excited to try them out. Guys, thank you so much for joining me here tonight. This has been a great stream. We learned some lessons. We got knocked down. We got back up again. You're never gonna keep us down, if you know what I mean. Huge thank you, as always, to everybody who posted to the Storm Report. I love seeing your work, and that'll be open again here in just a few minutes. And as always, a huge thank you to my mods. I gotta get going, so until next time, keep on painting.